All right, so you still got the message. All right, so we are live right now. Let me go ahead and leave one name. Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. All right. Okay. We are ready. Yeah. So what's been new?
Oh, for real, I've been, school is getting a little harder
Okay.
and trying to get them straight A's so I can get a 4.0 GPA so I can go to any graduate school I want to once I graduate. And I talked to one of my mentors because I'm writing a book right now, one of my history professors. And I got a little project going and I told him that now I'm at this point in my studies to where I don't care about ancient Africa. I don't care about, you know, this or that. I care about what the subject I'm gonna write about is about. And he said to me, he was like, you operating how an actual scholar and academic operates. I'm proud of you. And this summer, I'm just gonna spend 3 months writing my book, and hopefully I can get published. Because I got all my books together, and I got all my research. So, you know, that's the big thing for me. Hello.
Yeah, I got a phone call. I had you on mute.
No.
So when you say school getting difficult, what exactly is getting
Uh,
difficult?
it's just that the the work isn't spread out like it used to be anymore. Like finals coming up and everything. And I'm trying to get straight A's, and I think I can do it, but that's gonna be hard.
Don't even think about it. Just do it.
Yeah, it's hard to do that. Like,
Nah, but I'm saying don't think about the difficulty. Just do it, and whatever the result is, just live with it.
you right, you right. Because even if I don't get straight A's and I get like all like B pluses, I'll still be able to get on the dean's list. You know.
Brother, you only can do what you can do. All right.
Right.
So, and like, but you're human. So you're going to have shortcomings, and your shortcomings what makes you who you are, just like your achievements. So there's some things you're going to fly past. It's easy to you. Some things there's going to be an obstacle that you can't overcome, and it's okay. Some people, for example, some people try to enlist in the military, right? But they can't pass the training, right? They can't pass the training. Like it's too much for them, so they quit, right? But they don't feel like they failed. They feel like I tried it. It was tougher than what I ever imagined, and I'm over it now. It's time to move on to something that I can do.
Right.
So like that's called welcome to life. Some things just going to take a lot of work. That's why I said don't even think about it. Just put your best foot forward. Like look at boxers. Do you think boxers want to get knocked out? Like
Nope.
look how many boxers got knocked out by Mike Tyson, and some of those guys were undefeated or had one loss, but it was close. Like they really believe they could beat Mike Tyson. They trained their best. They got knocked out first round probably, but they look at it like, hey man, I wouldn't know if I ain't try.
Yeah, you're right on that. You're right on that.
Yes. So the goal is perfection, which in your case would be straight A's. But you gotta always, I tell people all the time, in school, I learned about the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performances, right? So, and as a guy who plays chess and instructs chess, we always plan for plan B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. That's how we plan. So when the pandemic happened, before it happened, I was already merging online with my classes. They were physical. I was already messing with online because I was thinking about not a pandemic, but I was thinking about what if because I was sick a couple times and lost money. It snowed, I'm in Jersey. It snows a lot. I lose money. And then it rains, lose money. And then some parents, kids sick, lose money. So I'm like, damn, man, what's a foolproof way to get that money where I could, be home? So I started flipping online. Matter of fact, I was asking Unc about Zoom. I didn't know anything about Zoom. Unc was kind of like educating me about Zoom. Like, how you do this? How you do that? How you do this? And he was educating me. And I was trying to see how I could work that in my after school project. And it was coming along. Now, no parent wanted to dare do online because they in person. And online is new. They don't want to do new. They don't want to pay to do new. I know that. So I had to offer free classes just so I could like mess with the online stuff to see how it will, to see if it can be done. So I offer free classes, donate 2-3 hours with them, and gave them experience, and I got experience. When the pandemic happened, like everybody already had some type of online training with me. So it wasn't brand new. Like they kind of knew what to expect. So it was an easy merge for those who want to do it. But again, it's about being prepared properly. So with you plan for A's, but then you got to think about life. What happens if you get B's? What happens if you get C's? You plan for each and every level. The A level, the B level, the C level. And then believe it or not, you also plan the unthinkable. In your case, the unthinkable will be dropping out. You also plan for that. So nothing catches you off guard. So whatever the reason is, for B, C, or dropout, you already know your options from there.
If I drop out, I wouldn't be able to look at my family members in the face no more.
Yeah, I understand. But
Cause school's all I got. I can't play sports because I'm like physically handicapped.
Okay,
so
let's deal with that because I don't like that thinking. I don't like the thinking where sports is the option. Fuck sports.
I didn't. No, sports isn't an option for me. Like I can't.
Nah.
I can't play sports.
Yeah, but don't even mention. You talk to me. Don't even mention sports because I don't look at that as a like a realistic or even a serious occupation. I look at that as people got lucky for their genetics, right?
Yep.
And so I don't really that's not what I do. I look at people who make it from their intelligence. Or their savvy ways, not because you're a freak in nature and society look at you as an animal, so they put you in some arena and have you run, jump, dance. No.
Modern day gladiatorial.
Yeah, when you can put your mind to something and become, successful that way, like a product or a service, or anybody who's like just, whatever you do, just out of the entertainment arena, and you're able to make it happen the regular way. Yeah, so I don't look at sports as if you get it, cool, but you should, if for those who are into sports, they should use sports as a tool for like academia. If you're great in basketball, look at that as a free scholarship to get your education. Because when most of these guys leave sports, they all end up broke, unsuccessful. Like it's just a rare. The ones who make it forever are the rare exception. They're called superstars, which is a small percent to begin with. First of all, to make it to NBA is a small percentage. To be an all-star, you're even smaller, and to be a superstar is even smaller than that. So you got J.R. Smith talking about, somebody sent me a video link of this clown talking about, yeah, man, if we just pull our resources, man, we could get it done. And now, so he's saying this after he's done with basketball and all the money is gone. Like they always get conscious and get some type of epiphany when the money's gone. Dude, where was that thinking when the money was there? So I don't see that as I don't see that video as look at that views, man, get the hell out of here. You broke, so you want to come to us now.
Yeah, or they start talking all militant once they career over with too. Like what's that dude named Kwame Brown? He
Yeah. Now all of a sudden, but he's perfect for conspiracy theories, them dummies, because now all of a sudden he's gonna expose the NBA. Like, yeah, of course you would. Like, you was a failure in the NBA.
Like, who was he? Like, I wasn't even a big sports player, but I'm like, there's a whole lot of people who talk like me, but they can't say nothing because they career. I didn't talk about Rodney King because I didn't want to mess up my career. I'm like, man, what the? All right.
Yeah, but he didn't have a career. Like, he was a joke after his first year.
Really?
Yeah. after his first year, his career was over.
So he was only in there for a year, and he was talking all this like he was.
No. He played for a couple, like about 7-8 years, but he was a joke. Like, nobody took him serious. Like, he only played that long because he was like 6'10", 6'9".
He wasn't even good at being 6'10", 6'9" either.
No, he was terrible.
Oh my God.
See, but the thing is, our people are so miseducated and undereducated that we replaced good education with conspiracy theories. So we're waiting for one person who what we call made it, fall out from that grace, and then so-called expose, the rap industry or the music industry or the NBA and the football. We wait for if you're a comedian, Kevin Hart, he or David Chappelle, all of a sudden, and we believe everything they say because we already believe in some weird shit going on, period.
Right.
So when they quit and start that dumbass theory stuff, we start to be like, yeah. So Kwame Brown is one of them. Like, all of a sudden, he exposing everybody. Like, stop it.
Yeah, like, where was this at years ago?
Where is that when he was playing ball?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I respect Kaepernick, because Kaepernick said, hey, I'm going to do it now. I ain't going to wait till I'm out of the NFL. I'm going to do it while I'm in the NFL.
Yeah,
See? I got
we only had about 2 Black celebrities that I know about that really gave it up when they was at the height of the career and they start looking for social justice. Colin Kaepernick, like you said, and there's another person who is very, very underrated, who every Black person should know about, is Paul Robeson.
Okay, yep.
Paul Robeson was like the Sidney Poitier before there was a Sidney Poitier and Ozzie Davis and them. And, he saw, and I'm breaking it down so that people can understand it. He was a NFL player. He was a part of the first handful of Black people to go to college at Rutgers, and he was an all-star football player. And then he was a singer. He was also an actor. But over time, he started to see the intersection between race and class, and he started to be a big social activist in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. And he really gave it up when he was, at his height. And he's really the only one I could come up with. Even Dick Gregory to a certain degree, because I saw his documentary on Unsung. And when he gave up his career for social justice, he was the Richard Pryor of his day in the 1950s. It's only a few.
Dick Greg is an interesting character because do you know, and I'm not saying right or wrong, but I'm just saying, do you know that he opposed Malcolm X, right?
Yeah, at one point I read his memoirs and he talked about that.
Yeah, but do you know Malcolm X's response to him?
Yeah, that he was gonna punch him in the, yeah, he was gonna punch him in his face. Yeah, I remember reading that when I was like really, really young.
Yeah, and Malcolm X viewed him as what?
He viewed him as Uncle
Yeah,
Tom, same with
yeah, yeah.
Dick Greg. I mean, not Dick
I'm
Gregory.
not saying he was or Malcolm X is right, but people don't know that, like, that they had like real issues with each other. During that time, like, it wasn't coochie and cream. Um, you know, but somebody's right, somebody's wrong. Like, they both had views and they oppose each other. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
somebody views are right, or let me say, somebody view. I can't say right because that's subjective. According to our community, like, we agree to one of their views, and the other views we don't. So people got to go back and look at their views. Their on social issues, on politics, and all that type of stuff, and figure out which views line up with you.
Yeah, that's what it really comes down to. But then, like, the other issue, like, that I kind of have with certain people is that, like, when people like are on the extreme, left view, like that, well, Malcolm X view, and on the, or Dr. King view, they tend to charge that other person with far too much that we could really charge them for. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me give an example. Okay, what most people know about Dr. King is from Channel 12 specials, right? We shall overcome. I have a dream speech, right?
Yeah,
You can agree with me on that, right?
yeah,
But most people don't know was that towards the end of Dr. King's life, he tried to organize a poor people's march because he saw the intersection between race and class as well. So I would be like, you can't keep on going for that Selma Dr. King. Like, what about the Dr. King towards the last end of his life? What about that one? Oh, I didn't know about that one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you didn't. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Or even Du Bois. People do the same thing with Du Bois. Like, yeah, Du Bois was a black bourgeoisie person, but you can't throw him out because he was one of our greatest theoreticians. So it's like,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
you gotta we gotta do more research when it come to our leaders or so-called leaders. We gotta do way more than what's told on Channel 12.
yeah, yeah. What we got to do, black people, be surprised on what black figure really aligns up with them, because we're like giving these people as our leaders, like whoever it is. It could be Paul Robeson, it could be Booker T. Like, we're giving these people, but people didn't make their own choice. So when people actually read about, certain black individuals, they can decide for themselves who they resonate with the most. They can say, okay, this person right here, like, what they done, what they stood for and stood against. I like that. And it might be somebody unpopular, and everybody in the chat, everybody, on the panel, like, we all can name somebody that we probably never heard before. So it's not about naming names. You know him, yeah. I'm sure some people you name I probably heard before, never even knew what they done, or probably never heard them before, all together. But there are certain black figures that stand out to me more than others, like more than the more popular ones.
Yeah. You can tell when somebody is kind of like, I would say, study outside of the norm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, you could tell, like, even I wish I could give another example, but like it's like you can tell where if somebody knows the popular stuff
right.
just based off what they say alone. Like, people, they always like to talk stuff about W.B. Du Bois a lot. That we can't just throw him out.
Yeah,
You know what
wait.
I'm
I,
saying?
I I don't, but I think only like Afrocentrists would try to throw him out. Didn't he graduate from Harvard?
Yeah, he did. He was a Harvard man. Yep.
Right, right. So somebody who's highly educated himself, like I don't know how we could fix our lips to say throw him in trash. Like the dude was onto something. And look, before you really, to be honest, before you can really throw somebody in the trash, you should actually study them. So when a Christian leaves Christianity and throw it in the trash, they have all right. They have all right to do so because they was in it. A person who was into in the Islamic faith, when they leave it and throw it in the trash, they shouldn't be condemned or excommunicated. They should have right to because they was there and they see, they knew a lot about it. So certain figures like W. Du Bois or whoever else, before you, Dr. King, before you throw them in the trash, you should really do your due diligence on those people because you'll be surprised. You end up liking them, liking her.
Mhm.
But if you're going off just what people say, people conclusions, yeah, you'll throw them away prematurely. But the
Mhm.
best way to find out if you like someone or something or not is to look into it. And like we was doing that during the vaccine debate thing, when we was doing that, like people were making decisions on vaccines without even knowing about vaccines and viruses. Like, yo, we're not trying to give like, have you make a choice or a choice in our favor. We don't care about that. We just wanted people to be properly educated. So when they did make a choice, it was based off the data, not based off what he said, she said, and some fake website. It was based off the current data. Then you make your choice. And that's what we were doing. So people are not doing that with like Black historical figures or anything. Like we're going off what people say about these things and these people, or we're making decisions based on that.
Yeah, we have to make our own investigations. Like you said, it's good to like read some secondary source documents on the person so you can like get into their commentary. But like, I mean, you gotta find out, as you said, as you brilliantly said, who do you lean more towards? You know, like with people when they, what people say about W. B. Du Bois, right? Well,
Um,
we just
but
talked. Well, I forgot. I just said what it was, but like W. B. Du Bois, like what I say about him was that he's one of our greatest theoreticians of all time. But his problem was, and this is what John Henrik Clarke said in his list of speeches. It was Africans at the Crossroads, where he writes about how he met W.B. Du Bois in the, I think, mid 50s, early 60s.
Mhm.
And he was talking to him one on one. And he said that W.B. Du Bois, he was of the opinion that if you didn't have a college degree, you didn't have anything worth saying to him. Now, with me, I disagree with that cold heartedly. I would be
Why?
like, man, that dude is,
Why?
because when you do that, and especially when you're dealing with black people, the majority of us, are not necessarily going to college like that, and a lot of us are
So wait, stop,
miseducated,
stop, stop,
so you
stop,
can't.
stop. Wait, stop, stop. We're not going to college like that. Majority was. So what are we doing? What is the collective doing?
Well, the collective really doesn't know where to
Okay.
go, especially with
So
my
wait.
generation.
Okay. So you see what I'm saying? So
But
he
hear me
sat
out.
there
Hear me
and
out.
raised
Hear
the
me out.
bar. So what he did was he raised the bar. She's like people. So every statement could be positive or negative. It's what you want to take out of it, right? So I don't take it out of it. He's shutting everybody's mouth up, and you ain't got a college education. You shouldn't talk to him. I take it as he's saying, "Why aren't you college educated? Like we came from slavery. There's information in this country that our ancestors fought, died, and is available now, and you're not, yearning for it. This is what separates, us from other people coming to this country. We don't want this education, but all the foreigners come get it and they excel right past us. And then they judge us because they want to know how the hell we stood on the bottom, which information is there. We don't value it. So W. Du Bois was kind of, in my opinion, from what I get from that, was trying to raise the bar and have us like the A's you looking for. I think W. Du Bois was trying to say, hey, Eric, black people strive for A's. And in his mind, A's was the highest education. B's was something lower, maybe a trade school, whatever, and C was some self, employment. but he was pushing the envelope saying, yo, everybody strive for the best education available. And if you can't do that, I don't believe you're trying hard enough. So therefore, we can't have a conversation.
But do you see how that's kind of elitist though? Because let me explain to why I think that that's kind of faulty that he would think like that, right? I believe everybody who's listening should just go ahead and read a small book written by Cardi G. Woodson. And Cardi G. Woodson, he is called The Miseducation of the Negro.
Okay, yeah.
And he says, and I'm paraphrasing, that the more the Negro gets educated through all his years of schooling, the more he or she's gonna be the more he or she is gonna become useless to his or her to his or her people. And I'm just paraphrasing, not just
How? Make sense of that. Make sense of that.
because when there's a lot of, I mean, you have to think about like there's when black people get into like positions of power, well, not position of power, but prestige, the more conservative that they get and the more that they start to be like, I'm cool with what I have here. I'm cool with this pension. It makes them very conservative. That a lot of black academics aren't necessarily grassroots like that. It's always a few.
Okay, you know why? Okay,
Why is
so
that?
now, well, I don't know why, but I'm gonna give you my thoughts on that. Okay, because when black folks started to be conservative, because I asked you a question last time we were live, and you really had no answer for my questions, and the question was about the crimes in the inner cities, and you had no answer for it. And whoever of us I asked after that had no answer. And I asked people, my family and my friends, nobody has an answer. Nobody can answer. And guess what? When you have no answer for your own problem, an outsider people are going to bring you the answer, right? And you're never going to like it because it's going to be hard. It's going to be stern and it's going to be excessive. Okay? They give you a chance to correct your own problem. When you don't, they come in with the iron fist. Okay. So some of those people you're talking about, those conservatives, they start off like you, and you're going to do the same shit too, unless you be delusional. They start off like you. They went and got an education. They came back to their people, and they thought it'd be easy to get people on board because they're in a wretched situation. And when they see their own people not wanting to uplift themselves and take advantage of these resources and motivation, education, they scratch their head like, wait, what's going on here? I thought I could bring something back to them, whatever it is, a skill or valuable information. I thought they'll willingly take it since they're in a crazy position. And when they see them not taking advantage of shit, they just want to get high, get drunk, run the streets. They like, oh shit, that's crazy. Like, y'all ain't taking advantage of it. So people get tired of talking, and nobody want to improve, self-improvement. And they say, man, fuck all that. I'm worried about me and my family from this point on. And that's what happens. Conrad Lamont, that's what happens. Okay. People, and again, the test is you go get out your neighborhood, that white neighborhood, and go to the cities and go try to talk to somebody black and see how far you get. You might get punched in the face for trying to educate them and motivate them. So that's when people turn, that's in my opinion, when people turn conservative, is after efforts of trying to convince people that they are in a desperate situation and they should take this information because it can help them out. And when they kick that dust in your face, like, get the hell out of here. That's
Well, I
it.
didn't be conservative. I didn't be like I didn't be like politically conservative. I just meant like uh, I'm trying to worry about like my pension, like that type of conservative. Like I'm not trying to uh poke the bear. That's what I mean. I didn't mean
Wait,
like
but
other
what's poking the bear?
like you know like becoming a activist.
No, but why?
Being
Okay, I just explained that. Why? Okay, most likely there's a good chance they already tried to be an activist. when nobody is supporting you, when nobody wants to be on board because it's hard work to pick yourself up and start from the bottom. You know, they get it from the mud the right way, not rapping. There ain't no damn mud. Get it from the mud the right way. Nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to be pulled up out of the mud and given a job. But when you have to get out the mud yourself and work on yourself and start from, ground up, people don't want to do that. So activists start to be conservative. Like, you know what? Shit, I've been doing this for a little while. I got little to any success in getting people to understand that they're in a dire situation. So you know what? I'm going to focus on me now and my family. My family sacrificed it. I'm trying to help people who don't believe they need help.
But should you give up though? Because
you
look, helping somebody who
insanity is what? I think was it Albert Einstein defined insanity what?
Wait a minute, you call it a black person insane who try to help his or her people out?
Okay, now look, I'm not an Afrocentrist. You know what I mean? I'm a regular person like that. Like the guy told you, a scholar, like you being neutral. That's me. I'm neutral. I'm unbiased. So you won't get me with the pity shit.
I'm just asking because
right. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
All the people gave up.
Okay, so look, I don't care, black, Chinese, white, alien, Jesus. Doing the same thing over and over for anybody and getting no to little results is insanity. Or hoping for a change is insanity. If you spent 10, 5, 3, 20 years of your life trying to motivate with your activisms, you're trying to add education and you're getting little to zero results, don't forget, you're sacrificing your family when you do this. Your family suffers, by the way, because that could be more time with your daughter, wife, husband, son, handicapped mom. You dig? That's more time for them, and you're dividing for people you don't know. That's not taking advantage of your resources. So yes, people say, you know what? Yeah, it's time for me to work on me now. When I say me, that means like their family, friends, and immediate family.
Keep going.
I'm done. That's why people just start focusing on themselves. They feel like they realize they put enough time in, little to no result. Okay, I did my part, and it ain't go nowhere. So now it's the next woman part to come behind me, and like the Bible says, water the seeds and God reap the benefit, whatever that is in the New Testament. There you go. I planted the seed. Somebody got to come behind me and water it, and the spooky God represent, reap the benefits.
That's how it should be. A way of succession. Succession.
But yeah, but
I can't afford to give. I can't afford to give up because
but you already did though. But you already did. The fact that you're not in the cities now, reaching people. The fact you're not doing that, you already gave up.
No. Because
okay, now look, you can say you could put look what I'm saying. Look, I'm saying you could go. I'm gonna say this, you could go.
Here's the problem.
Right, let me just say it real fast. You go. You can make up excuses why you're not in the inner cities with your activism. You can make up your own excuses, and you might can sleep at night with that. But people like myself looking at you and anybody else, we look at just another person lazy, don't want to put the work in when it doesn't want to have excuses. But go ahead.
Okay, there's something that is called theory and practice. I'm going to use my mind and my resources and the things that I know to put certain things together so that somebody in the future could use this as an inspiration. That's my job in the future when I get all
but that's what they did too though. Yeah, but their activisms is something that they are done doing. Now they'll let it sit in the future. Right. So it doesn't go anywhere. It's still there. All the efforts aren't for naught. They put it in the atmosphere. It's still lingering around. But now it's time for them to move on with themselves.
Keep going.
That's it.
No, come on, man. I want you to. All right. I want you to keep saying stuff.
No, that's it. No, I'm very short and sweet. I don't really give sermons.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't give sermons. I'm short and sweet. I'm to the point.
I thought you were just gonna keep going. I was like, man, I want to keep things
Nah,
up.
no. I get to the point and I stop.
It is funny. I want you to keep going. But I heard
So
what you're saying though. But
yeah,
my whole thing is my whole thing is my mind and my pen.
yeah, I got it. But I know niggas. You know, I got a PhD in nigology, and I know niggas talk, but they don't do shit. Yeah, they don't do shit. Now, I was talking to a few people. I talked to Stu Pease, talked to Amber. Now, there are people in Black communities right now, not tomorrow, right now, who needs help, who needs financial help with different things. And the elder, they need help with their homes. A lot of their homes are outdated. They're handicapped. They can't really maneuver like that. Their steps are broken up. Their walls need painted. They got mold that need to come out. All this costs money. These are the elders in the inner cities. They got more issues than that. Okay, the railing is halfway on. Okay, a lot of stuff going on. The roof is damaged. A lot of stuff is going on in their homes, and a lot of it is a health hazard. No theory. Where are the black dollars to help out these elderly women? Cause a lot of them like husband died, whatever. But where are the black dollars to help these elderly women and save them from their hazardous homes?
Uh, I have no idea.
Exactly, because niggas just talk. But when it's time to actually put the work in it, actually help people out who are in need of help, nobody's ever around.
That's for the people with the dollars to do.
Nah, everybody got dollars though. Black folks had 100 trillion, not 100. The black folks spent 1.3 trillion dollars collected as a collective. We got money.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah,
I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that 1.2 trillion dollars.
yeah.
But we like 12. We like 13% of the population. Like
Okay.
I keep hearing that. Where is this coming from? Because Dr. Miles talked about that on one of her shows the other day. Where is this black spending power at?
Okay. So let's look at it. Let's look at it. This can be simple math. How many black folks are in the country?
I have no idea.
Average. I hear between 40 or 50. So let's go with 40. Okay. Now, what's the average house median for black folks? How much we make as a family unit
I have
annually?
no. I have
It's,
no idea. You
it's
got to
about
tell
it's
me that.
about like $20,000. Okay. So let's do this. So you got 40.
Because I have read that we don't even have. It'll take us about 480 years to have the same network as the average white family in the
Yeah,
nation to
well,
live
okay,
off
that's
of.
the first thing. Okay, we gotta stop comparing ourselves to white folks. Like, listen, we're 400 years behind. So like we can't have our cake and eat it too. We can't sit here and talk about how far we are behind, how long white folks enslaved us and oppressed us and then marginalized us and then redlined us, all this whole Jim Crow shit, and then act like we can catch up. We're 400 years behind. They have free labor and they prohibited black folks from achieving certain areas. So we're not catching up, right? We're 400 years behind. Yes, so it's going to take a long ass time for we ever catch up. But we're definitely 400 years behind. And that's a long time. And when other nations come in this country, they're not trying to compete with white folks. They're not trying to catch up. They can't catch up. But they're trying to do the best for themselves. All right, so okay. Now, 40 million black folks times $20,000. That is 1,000, 2 million. So I'm looking at 800 billion, right? Just off the 40 million times 20,000. So I gave us a really low number. All right, that's 800 billion. That's real close to 1 trillion, right? So that's not far-fetched. That's not far-fetched. See, another thing is, and that's another thing I don't like. Black folks collectively gross 1 trillion, and we want to take that. So everything we do that's good, you got black people who want to come to your house and take it from us. Nah, y'all make that much. It's actually less than that. It's like, can we win at anything? Like, why every time we have momentum, instead of using that much? See, and the reason why people want to make it less than 1 trillion, because they want to still complain and act like they can't do shit for themselves. See, that the fact that it is 1 trillion, now that's a sense of accountability. There's some shit black folks can do. But we want to minimize it and act like it's less than that, maybe 3 billion, to act like we don't make any money, we can't do shit, we need help. We're suffering, poor us. No, we actually make a lot of money collectively. Okay? And we can get shit done financially. We got the money. Now, let's look at how much money we spend on, Jordans and iPhones annually. That's probably $1 trillion right there.
You wrong for bringing up the Jordans. You wrong for that.
Yeah, but we're actually past Jordans, because there's sneakers that cost more than Jordans, or just as much, that people buy up. But the iPhone, we are selling out an iPhone. Broke as hell, but we're gonna have the latest iPhone though.
Louis Vuitton purse.
Yep, all that. You dig? All that. So we do have some money. And it's what we do with it.
And they will give it to other people.
And that's right. Other people who don't have your same agenda.
Nope.
Yeah, but the Black Panthers had programs for Black people that could help us out. Okay, that's in the 80s. Free. I think the Black Panthers funded everything. They asked for your money. In 2022, why we just can't do that? What's so hard about that?
I think the mindset is different now.
What about those? Well, okay, then what about those with the mindset? Why they can't do
it? I think a lot of it. I mean, we are very few in number, and maybe it's the I don't know. Maybe it's the I really don't know, but it's only very it's not we're not a majority. We are.
Yeah, but why do we need to be a majority?
That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question.
So the chat, B Money said there's 39,000 medium household in the U.S. There you go. Sarah Diceman said, can you tell us when the 40 years had head start or had to start one of those? United States would have put that in the military. The minimum wage is $14,000 an hour, or you meant to say $14 an hour. So full-time worker makes $28,000. Yeah, there you go. So it's actually more than what I said. So that's about right, because I did 40 million times 20,000. That was 800 billion. Then he said a household for 2 or more is bringing in more than 50K a year, $14 an hour. That's about right. And they actually making more than that now. Big money, at least over here where I'm at in the East Coast. Wawa, you work at Wawa, you making $16 to $18 an hour. So we make enough money. We're not rich, but we make enough money to finance our own salvation, our own salvation. I said it right, salvation. That and that's for those people who think they need salvation. Like, I don't think I need salvation. I think I just gotta focus on what I've been focusing on. But some people believe they need to be saved for something. So collectively, Black people make a lot. Now the question would be, how do you get Black folks to talk to each other?
Oh, like we have to get into we have to have an agenda because we've been socialized to like destroy each other, and it's like we have to get under some sort of agenda, like some sort, or maybe even have to start off small with something.
Mm-hmm.
But the first thing we have to get out the way is like the poverty aspect. 'Cause that's the link of like a lot of crime anyway is poverty, you know.
Yeah, nah, facts. I agree. But don't forget, poverty sometimes can be a mind state. Because somebody on the live made a point. They said there's some areas where people are impoverished, but there's no high crime. You know, so I know that's a little different than America. So I'm not trying to really do a perfect comparison, but sometimes poverty can be your mind state. You know, if your mind can be thinking low, like a impoverished mind, then it's a wrap.
How that saying go? A mindset, the mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some people that's just not going to get it. Like some people, it's like it's you try and just it don't work out. Like you said, you know.
Yeah, because again, like, you have your own life. You look again, Dr. John Henry Clark, like Polite made a good point. A lot of these so-called leaders, they all died broke and then couldn't even bury themselves. But they dedicated their life trying to help Black folks, and it didn't come back to, it wasn't beneficial. It didn't come back to help them. So they had to beg the same people they helped for a few pennies so they could be buried correctly.
I mean, it it is sad that our leaders went out like that, but at the same time, they works, you know, live on forever. Like I don't think John Henry Clark's efforts was completely in vain
Yeah.
because he made the we wouldn't have Africana studies programs if it wasn't for him. And they have those in universities today. So his work, you know, it still stands up. So it's
Mm.
like, you know, it I mean, but he knew what the deal was when you read his writings. He knew what his mission was.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was completely in vain, you know. Like Paul Robeson gave up all his stuff. He kind of died broke, but he knew what the deal was.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've also heard a saying that says the poor righteous teacher that's dead. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, Conrad Lamont, we gotta first weed out. We gotta weed out what is realistic, what is practical, and what is non-practical, right? Because we hear a lot of shit growing up, and then we think it's practical. Like, Black folks, if we all get together, stop saying that stupid shit. Not you, Black people. No Indian has all got together. No European, no Chinese, nobody all gets together. So stop hoping that shit for us. It's not gonna happen. So, but that's being taught since we were like little growing up, and we believe it.
You know, it's the one thing that I've always kind of discovered.
What was that?
Me just studying like revolutions and revolutionaries. It was always a small minority of people that really got stuff done in the final analysis. The majority of the people that they were trying to help, their minds are somewhere else.
Yeah, sometimes too. So, what you do is you really try to. Sometimes, Comrade Lamont, you can call you Comrade Lamont.
Yeah, that's my Zoom name.
Okay, so let's just go with that. So sometimes you can help your people out just by being successful yourself, just by being visual to them, without even communicating with them at all, without coming to see them. None of that. You just the fact that you are Black and you live around them and they can see
you.
Because Dr. Khaled, he said this. He said in the movie, in the film industry, he said, listen, man, Black folks, basically, I'm paraphrasing, Black folks always losing. He said, how about we make revolutionary films where Black folks start to win so we can see our possibilities? We always seeing ourselves losing. We know that's possible, but is winning possible? If so, let's start to see ourselves winning. Let's make revolutionary movies where we're winning. So that person who's not active in the community, the fact that they are winning in the people's eyes that's looking at them, that's revolution. That's activism in itself, to a degree.
Being a symbol.
Yeah, that's like people don't know. Like, okay, it happens anyway. Like, Black folks are motivated by Nicki Minaj and all these goofy motherfuckers. Like they already motivated by them, and they don't help out at all. At least not in public. Nothing we know of.
Right. Yeah, because being on the screen, period, as you said, visual, that's very powerful. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People gonna repeat what they see on the TV screen.
Mm-hmm.
People gonna try to act the stuff out that they hear in songs.
Yep.
Like that.
But the visual, I think the movies did more damage than any song. Like Boys in the Hood, Miss Society, like those did more damage than any rap song.
You think so?
Yeah.
I gotta kind of disagree with you on that one to a certain degree, because I'm a huge movie fan, and those like my top favorites, right? Man, when it comes to drama, a lot of times you don't want to bombard somebody with like a message, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what you do is you will like incorporate like a small scene or something in there that'll like let the people know, like, oh my God, like that's deep or something. Like, okay, which one was Boys in the Hood, the one with Kane, or is that
that's Minister Society.
Okay, there was always one scene in that whole movie that always stuck out to me when I was little.
Yeah.
And you know what that scene was?
What?
When Charles S. Dutton was like, the hunt is on. And if Allah can make that man become a better Black man, I'm down for it. And it was real deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with the movie with Lawrence Fishburne, with all I almost called Ice Cube Iceberg Slim. If you watch that movie, Ice Cube hitting his mama, getting shot, he doing all this type of stuff, but Cuba Gooding Jr. got a baby and a
Yeah.
positive black man in his life, So you got to
Yep.
kind of that's how you got to look at black movies like the modern day black television series don't operate like that no more, sadly. Like Power, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. But even with Black Panther, like Black Panther, like a lot of people that caused the debate in the black community, like which one was right, Killmonger or Black Panther and stuff. But the director conveyed the message, through Killmonger. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
you got to be careful with certain movies.
So I was talking to a friend. He's a like Afrocentrist is one thing, but he's a fake Afrocentrist. Like he's a wannabe, but he don't even he ain't even that. But
he Bean Pie Brother.
nah, he ain't even that. He ain't even that much. Like he's on the low end of everything you could think of. As far as loving black folks and coming to black folks' aid, like he's like useless, but he acts like he's useful. So he was talking to me the other day, and he was saying, I think it was yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, man, we gotta tear something down and build it back up.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. So I was like, yo, he just talking. So I was like, yo, I said, tear what down, build what up? I said, because we are a country that got a 400-year head start of everybody. They ain't trying to slow down for shit. And they damn same time we waste no time building something back up, because then other countries going to catch up. They ain't doing that. They making adjustments and moving forward. But so I asked, for example, like what needs to be tore down and built back up? And he said a whole bunch of goofy shit. It ain't worth repeating. But my point of saying that is that, like, even when it comes to what must be done to help black folks get out of their wretched situation, some of the solutions are far-fetched, excessive, and just flat out laughable. They're unrealistic. Like, we're 100,000 years from any of these solutions becoming a reality.
Yeah, you have the right to have a healthy degree of cynicism. Yeah, but
Say
what
that
your
again?
friend, I said you have the right to have a healthy degree of cynicism.
Yeah.
I see it. And even with your friend saying we gotta burn something down, it's so funny because the Black Panthers would have called your friend custoristic.
Hey.
I love these talks, man. I live for these.
Yeah, the Black Panther was on to something. I got my criticisms, but they was definitely on to something. That's why I say that black folks could have just took away the meat, away the bone. A lot of these organizations, they'd be doing good.
I knew Stu Pease was gonna get up in here. I knew it. I saw that green light on his Facebook. I'm like, Wagwan, brethren.
Yeah, what's up? My phone
What's
battery
up?
was sorry about that. And when these battery dies, it takes forever to start to be able to start the phone.
Okay, you got that Obama track phone.
Yeah. So I was listening to you. So what we're discussing today? The unification of black people?
No,
Must
because
come
that's
together?
silly. No. I never want to talk about that, because that's far fetched. That's the La La Land is fairy tale. So no. But we are talking about, not about unification, just like what black people should be doing individually as a role for the collective, right? That can help out the collective. So not the collective doing nothing. That's never gonna happen. But what can individuals do, or what should individuals be doing to help the collective, progress?
Okay. The other day I was sitting down and I was on a program with this guy who lives in Mexico. And I said to myself, let's say they drop us as individual. They took Chevron, they took me, and they took Young God here in the room with us. And they put us in the English-speaking part of the world. No friends, no family. What would you do to survive? What is the skills you have to? Yeah.
You said they put us in an English-speaking part of the world?
Yeah, that puts us in an English-speaking country. They took us out of America and just drop us somewhere else in the world. But I'm not making it difficult that there's a language barrier. Let's say the country speaks English.
Yeah.
What would we do to survive?
Well, which country would we be at? Because if me and old dude went to Jamaica, we'd probably be messed up.
No. I'm not talking about crime. I'm not talking about, let's say you cannot depend on the welfare system. There is no welfare system. Right?
I mean,
You cannot depend on the employment system because unemployment in the country is high. It's outside of America. Let's say I went to Guyana. You speak English in Guyana. Unemployment in Guyana is about 8 to 12%. Right? What would you as a black man do to survive? What kind of business would you start? What do you think?
I don't even have my
Type of business?
degrees. I can't teach nowhere. I don't even know the qualifications. I don't know what I'll be doing.
You understand? No, we must understand that people in this country who live in a particular part of the country never travel outside of the country. What are their survivability skills if they leave the neighborhood? What is the average black person survive skill?
The drugs?
Drugs is not a survival skill. You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, now I do.
Right. If you come out to your community, we're asking people who have never been equipped with certain kind of skill. I'm now on YouTube, and the pandemic come around. I've seen black people start business and become very successful. I've seen white people start business and become very successful. I've seen white people just pack up the job and decide that they're going to work from home, or they're going to live in a van and still work. Do we have any of those skills in our community? How many people in our community have the skills like that, where we can work remotely? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I met this girl today when I went to the post office, and she had some ring on her phone, and I laughed, and she said her 14-year-old son put it on it. So we started engaging a conversation. She said she lost her job 2 years ago when COVID came about. She worked for one of those big cruise ship company, and cruise ship wasn't going away. They fired most people from the company. And she opened a little restaurant. She said right now they don't really make money because the rent is high. Because she said she pay like $6,500 a month for rent for the business. She said she basically live off tips now when people come to the restaurant, although she's the owner of the restaurant.
Oh my God.
Yeah, although she owned the restaurant, the overhead for the average restaurant, if you have a restaurant in a nice neighborhood, the overhead between light, water, electricity, gas, food, you're looking at between $15,000 to $20,000 a month. So basically, the tip she live off. She's the waitress and the owner and the accountant. Right? And the stock person and the inventory person. So you are asking a question unbiased that all people must come together.
Yeah.
But what skill would people have to survive?
Right.
You understand? We're asking the wrong questions. We're asking the wrong question. How is it that a Chinese person can push a cart and start selling T-shirt what he bought from Walmart? And within 2 years of pushing that cart, the same Chinese person opened a storefront. Our people will be selling on the same sidewalk for 20 years and never move to a storefront. It happens all. There's this documentary I watched where this Chinese guy went to Africa. And he went to Africa. And when he opened his store, this guy outside was selling like other things in front of his store. And 20 years later, the Chinese guy has 7 different shops in different locations all over the country. And the black man in front of his store, guess where him still is?
He's still on the street.
Still on the street in front of the store. Am I lying? Have you never seen it? Andreas?
Yeah.
You never see it? You have never seen that before? The same dude in past. Right?
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Or at least it feel like it did.
Sometimes some people move up from the street and go to a storefront, yes? It's difficult. Because the girl who I was talking to the post office, she's of Chinese descent, but she's American Chinese. I was laughing, I asked her, I said, there's a lot of Chinese in Jamaica. And she said, yes. She said, it's funny when I hear Chinese people speak in Jamaican. I said, yeah, because there are a lot of Chinese in Jamaica.
Yeah, ain't they colonizing that island? Like I know they.
No, I'm not talking about these Chinese. I'm talking about Chinese that came 140 years ago. But the thing about it is this: she is willing to work for tips, to be the waitress, the dishwasher, the cleaning lady, and everything for her own storefront. I don't know if I'm willing to take that sacrifice. Honestly, I'm not lying to you. But 10 years from now, guess what? Her business will be successful and she'll be able to hire 2 or 3 more people and she'll be in the back.
Comrade.
I'm listening to what he's saying.
No, but that's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. The worst thing, if a black man sits here and says, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to stop paying rent for 4 months, 6 months. So you pay 15, I pay 15 for rent, that's $3,000. If we stop paying rent for 4 months and live in our car for 4 months, we'll have $12,000. What can we do with $12,000? Can we start a business with $12,000? The first thing Unbiased is telling me that I can't sleep in my car. I can't let people know that I'm sleeping in my car.
It depends on the type of business. It depends on the type of business they're trying to start up. Any clothing store, I'm out. Any barbershop, I'm out. If they're selling music, I'm out.
Barbershops are cool though. You can get customers. Well, no, that's gonna be hard.
Candles, we're selling candles. We're selling candles and soap. And soap.
Okay, so that's not bad, but but that's more of a. I don't see that as a like a business going to generate a lot of revenue. I think that's something that's going to put you at that 28,000 hours if you're having a good year. The 28K mark.
You know, you buy the candles, you buy the wax, you make the candles in the kitchen, you scent it with certain oils. You buy the scent, you mix it in when you melt the candle wax, and you sell some candles.
That's what Captain Kazariak be doing. He be doing them body butters.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that, and then you present the thing, you sell soap, you make your own soap, you put the same foolishness, aloe vera and cactus soap for defoliation. You cut it up, you package it nice, you sell soap. You sell different, you know, some of them are going in soap making business. But the problem is that to break into our market is the hardest market to break into. Especially if you have our color. If Tommy Hilfiger call you a nigger and sell you a $500 jeans, you still buy it. But if I call you a god and selling you a $20 soap, But no, back to something more nice, back to something more. So what do you think about Dr. Ben? Honestly, I've been thinking the other day, and we need to call a spade a spade. Although Dr. Ben was important to our community, the information was kind of wrong.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. So let's go there. All right. So if somebody is important, how is somebody important with wrong information? See, and that's Supi, before Kamara answered, let me let you know that the people who, and I'm listen, I'm not giving an opinion. I'm just like, they say play devil's advocate or give you some adversity. That's what I'm doing, like some pushback, because the people who champion Dr. Ben are a small group of people in the concert community. Like the average Black person don't even know who the hell he is. So this small cult, because the concert community is really just a bunch of cult members, and the concert community is the cult. So these people champion somebody who brought wrong information. Like, that's weird. And we want to compete with white people. We got our fucking mind. Like the elite white people, stop it. Like white people champion Albert Einstein and all these guys that did some great shit with accurate information. But we champion people with incorrect information.
The problem with Dr. Ben and us championing Dr. Ben, that's not the problem. I'm going to tell you what the problem is in the Black community. They don't understand. We as Black people don't understand that it's a relay. Meaning that if Farrakhan became Farrakhan is the head of the NOI now. And when Farrakhan dies, the NOI literally dies with him.
Mm-hmm.
Nuri gonna take over.
No. But even if somebody else take over, it's going to fall off. If you have a dean of a university, the dean of Oxford in England, 500 years ago, when he died, the university didn't close down. Somebody else took over.
Mm-hmm.
So although his information at that time may have been inaccurate, what he was doing was sustainable. He started a college. So other people come along the line and added and took away from his information. So by the time when you start looking back at him now, the reverence that he paid to him is not because of the knowledge that he brought about, but because of the institution that he started or the institution that he added to. Right? Dr. Ben information is about information because he never used it to start an institution, Granted, he was integral in African studies in some universities, yes?
Yep.
We can't deny that. But then those universities, how much universities have the Dr. Ben College of African Studies? How many colleges? You know that universities are a series of colleges, right? University basically means is a number of colleges come together to form a university. So like Harvard have the College of Medicine, the College of Social Science, the College of Natural Science. It have different sections. I call them colleges. You put the colleges together, and then you have a university. Right? Now, these colleges sometimes get names, and they're named after great persons who were integral to the university or to the area of study. If Dr. Ben was so integral to the creation of Africana studies in universities across America, how come there's no college named after Dr. Ben? Do you understand what I'm saying? Trying to say to you?
Conrad?
Right? If we go on Harvard website and say, list the names of the colleges on the at Harvard University, you'll see a name beside many of those colleges. That Frank Wessel College of Natural Science is a part of Harvard, but that college has a name, or the library have a name. If you were so integral, where is the section in the libraries in these universities that somebody can come on the conscious community and say, I went to Howard, and I went and I enjoy that section of the library that Dr. Ben was dedicated to Dr. Ben. Who outside of the conscious community really give Dr. Ben any ratings? But to be honest, we have to be honest. We have to be honest. Dr. Ben did articulate, he was smart, and he was a man of his time. He was trying to say, up you mighty race. We have done great things in the past. But he did not have to go to Egypt. He could have gone to West Africa. Because everybody, as a Jamaican would say, little children in England.
You say what?
There's a Jamaican saying that when we're saying something, we say little children in England, meaning that children in places far away as England knows that we did not come from Egypt. We were kidnapped from West Africa. He could not find any greatness in West Africa. Talk to me. Where Dr. Ben found it? Dr. Ben went to Egypt. And guess what? Jabari baptized Dr. Ben in the shrine of Mahat. You know that, right?
Nah, you know that.
Dr. Barry, I don't know if it's baptism they do or whatever they do, but Dr. Ben belonged to the shrine of Mahat. Wow. That's what Jabari did. This scientific man, in his old age, in his latter age, succumbed to spookism. That's what happened.
TVs. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I just want to ask this because, but is there any Marcus Garvey universities in Jamaica right now? Any Walter
No,
Rodney University, J. Roger?
no, but what have in Jamaica to celebrate Marcus Garvey is that we have libraries named after him.
Oh,
We
really?
have roads named after him. Marcus Garvey Drive. We have the statues in St. Anne's at the foot of the road where he used to live.
Mhm.
Right? So Liberty Hall, the building that he owned downtown, was recently, they did some work to it. And it's like a meeting place for people. His house where he lived in New Kingston was turned into an office. His statues there, his buses there. So there's very few places you can go and not hear the name Marcus Garvey.
Hmm.
You understand? If you're going to Kingston, the major road you drive on, part of it is Mandela Highway, and then you go to Marcus Garvey Drive
Really?
to reach downtown Kingston. Right? So and then there's the high school in the parish or like the city where he was born called Marcus Garvey. Mm, mm. So and then they wouldn't name a school, they wouldn't name a university after Marcus Garvey. Because remember, Marcus Garvey didn't go to a university. Probably that is what did Dr. Ben wrong. Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben didn't have a degree. Did Dr. Ben have a PhD?
Nope.
No.
He had a bunch of honorary degrees.
So would the universities gave him honorary degrees?
From a massive interview that I have seen with him, I think
Which university gave him an honorary degree, honorary doctorate?
he got about 10 of those according to him, but I think what's that university?
Cornell?
Yeah,
He was at Cornell. So
yeah, I think
Cornell would have given him because he was they had him there teaching.
yeah, he was an adjunct down there.
So they would have given him an honorary degree because of the stature of the university. But when it was
Yeah,
question, when
they got a one of my teachers went to Cornell, and they still have his plaque down there, where he used to, where his office was. They still have his plaque.
try eating chips. But my question to you is this now, unbiased. Him have a first degree? The doctor, does he have a bachelor? Hmm?
He fell asleep.
No. Lemon, does Dr. Ben have a bachelor's of science? A BS?
Nah. The only one that really came to distinguish, really managed to distinguish himself was John Henry Clark, because he became professor emeritus at Hunter's College for the Afro and Puerto Rican Studies Department. But he's like kind of the only one that really distinguished himself, and he didn't. He only had like an eighth grade education, but he became professor emeritus.
But Dr. John Henry Clark, did he have a master's?
No, no, he as I say again, He became professor emeritus at the Afro and Puerto Rican Studies Department at Hunter's College.
No, you understand what Professor Emeritus mean?
Yeah, it means old. It means old warrior. That's what it means.
Yeah, but you know why the title is bestowed on you? You're a Professor Emeritus after you finish teaching, but they still have you on the books.
Yeah.
So it appears like you're still a member of the college. You're still granted access to the institution, but you're not actually teaching. You don't have a class. You don't. Sometimes they don't even have an office there. But it means that the university is still open to them. Like, because the respect that is granted to you.
Yeah, they'll
It's
give that to
after.
everybody.
They give it to most people, most professors when they leave, especially if they're long-standing in an institution. Become professor emeritus. It is just a title. They're not there. They're physically not at the university. But it's like the doors of the university is still open to you. You still have access to the university. It's not like you leave a job and then when you come in on campus you have to ask permission. No, you're a professor. It's like a respect. It's a listen. This is your house. You're always welcome here. But it's not really a title, but the other thing is, the thing I don't understand is why you didn't go back to school part-time. Why you didn't get a first degree? Why you didn't get a master's?
Yeah.
Explain that to me. Why?
Yeah.
Why didn't you take time off and go to a doctorate?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you like the Ali Muhammad's, like they all this black magic they doing, had they put the time in the institution, they'll have a degree by now. Like some doctor, like you said, he'll be a real MD. Had he he put that time in anyway to deal with like pseudoisms. Had he put the time in a real institution, he'll have a degree right now.
He would, if he didn't have a PhD, but was working on his PhD. Because some people PhD take years and some people PhD shorter. Right? But let's say you did your first degree, you did your master's. Then afterwards, no, you're going to do your PhD. And many institutions, they would overlook the first degree for you to do the master's. Because the knowledge that you carry, you have matriculated past a first degree. So you can automatically go into a master's program. Why didn't Dr. Henry Clark go into a master's program? Why didn't Dr. Ben go into a master's program?
So you in and out. You in and out.
Hello?
Yeah, you was in and out.
Yeah. Let me say, he has access to all of these universities and he has never tried to get into a master's program.
I mean, I would think that you would just have to look at the time period.
What time?
Like both of them people came out of, because it's like black people really wasn't necessarily going to school during that time period where they were like younger and stuff. So, I mean, I would think it's just more of a time thing, because, I mean, they could have, but I mean, it's more of a time thing. I would think.
Guess what? He enjoyed the title of being called doctor and didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
He enjoyed being called doctor. And it wasn't his shit. But you call Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. You enjoy the title of being called doctor. It's a disrespect. It's a disrespect to all of those people who put in the work and get them doctorate.
Yeah.
You don't see Reggie don't want nobody call him doctor anymore. Because I'm understanding. Because when he goes around the intellectual and people calling him Dr. Reggie and they're looking at him start to feel embarrassed. But Dr. Clark didn't have any embarrassed bone about him. He wasn't embarrassed about it, none at all. He reveled in the fact that his people considered him a doctor. It's almost like him as a pin pastor. It might not have,
Yeah.
But
but he
Dr.
was
Clark was still Professor Emeritus, though.
Professor Emeritus.
Everybody don't get that once they retire.
It's not everybody get it when they retire, but Dr. Henry got it. I think he had a degree. If we go back, we're going to check. Yeah, probably he had a degree.
Well, I'm looking at the New York Times article on him when he passed away. It says Mr. Clark was a professor emeritus at Hunter College.
Mhm.
If it is unusual to become a full college professor without benefit of a high school diploma, let alone a PhD.
Right.
So he was basically a
Yeah,
eighth grade dropout.
but remember, calling a person professor and calling them doctor is two separate titles. It's two
Not
separate titles.
not necessarily two different titles,
Of course.
because I got professors right now who mostly have PhDs, but I call them professor or doc interchangeably, and it's
Right,
like
because
they don't have
you don't
they
have a
don't have
problem
a
with call.
problem with it.
Yeah, because he wears both hats. He wears both hats. So he'll answer to any of them. Because his doctorate is actually higher than being a professor.
But they're still a
No.
professor if
Yeah,
you have a
because
PhD though, right?
his job is one of professor. That's his job. His job is a professor. But if he leaves the school and stop teaching and lets her go into research, he will no longer attain the title of professor, but now will have the title of doctor. You understand what I'm saying? The title of doctor is his. The title of professor is bestowed onto him by the institution in which he teaches. You understand the difference between the both of them? That he is a doctor, whether or not him is at a school. If he decide to go home and start painting, carving, or even pissing in the bush, he'll still be a doctor. He won't be a professor because he's not teaching. He's a former teacher, right? But that's the difference between the doctor and the professor. But Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark was walking around with the title of doctor. Better Dr. Clark is a professor, because he was professor until the day he died, because he was professor. It was a title bestowed on him by the school. Although he's not an institution, they say, we give you this title. This is yours to keep. We're not going to take. You're not going to be former professor. The emeritus, whatever the E word is, I can't pronounce it now because it is the institution said, this is yours to keep.
Yeah, but
We're not going to ever withdraw this.
they don't give that to everybody though.
No.
But here's the thing, that shows
It's
that
a form of respect.
English.
It's a form of respect by the institution. Just that's it. It's a form of respect. All right. The guy who did the heart surgery at John Hopkins, the black guy. You heard about that?
Thomas.
Hmm?
Vivian Thomas.
Right. He was given an honorary doctorate by the university.
Yeah, because at first they was debating on actually, like, should they actually call him like doctor or not, because he knew everything about heart surgery because he was mentored by Alfred Blaylock. And
Yeah.
so they
Right.
was like, we don't know what we can do, and they just chose to give him the honorary doctorate because
Right.
but that's kind of that's two different. You're talking about a research degree, which that's what history is versus like dealing with heart surgery. That's two different streets.
No, both of them was research. Both of them was research.
No,
One of them was
history is just a research degree where you go in the archives and you interpret historical events. With the medical field, that's different.
one of them. One of them had more practical applications. The one that the one with the heart surgery had more practical application. But they were actually researching on how to make the heart function if it had defects. And they figured out a way how to make it function, right? If the heart had defects. And he was good at his job. But Dr. Clark walk around. I said he has what 10 honorary doctors. Shaquille O'Neal, I think, is an honor. No, Shaquille O'Neal is a real doctor. But a lot of Bill Cosby. How much doctorate Bill Cosby have? Dr. Cosby. But I think Cosby has a doctorate also in education. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But Cosby, because Cosby gave so much money to so many universities, these universities bestowed the titles of doctor on Cosby. But how do you feel about calling John Henry Clark doctor?
I mean, I don't. If he was alive, I would call him Dr. Clark.
So why wouldn't you call him Dr. Clark?
I said I would call him Dr. Clark.
Based upon his years of experience.
Yeah,
Right?
and he became head of the history department at Hunter College. So it's like, I mean, I would just have to call him that. Out of respect, and just and he's professor emeritus. That shows right there that he knows what he's talking about, because they don't give that to everybody in the academic world. That means like you were really distinguished. But with Dr. Bean, I would just credit him with just being one of the fathers of Africana studies. But I lean towards more Dr. Clark than anything.
All right. This is what they say. Emeritus professor is a title that may be awarded where a professor has permanently retired from regular continuous employment. Right? It means that they still get paid, but they get half a salary. University continues to pay you. And this is it. The title of Professor Emeritus or Emerita for women, the rank is bestowed on all professors who have retired in good standing. Nothing special.
Good standing, that means that you distinguish yourself in your profession. Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
All right, this is what you need to understand. When a person goes to a university and decides to teach, what they want is a thing named tenure. You ever heard the word tenure?
Yeah, he had tenure at his university too.
You know what tenure means?
Yeah, it means they can't necessarily fire you like that. They can't really get rid of you. I know professors right now who are trying to do that, get tenure.
When you get tenure, it means that job is yours for life. For life. Meaning that sometimes you go to some universities, it's some old ass professor who can barely remember the name. And the office smell like piss and
Oh my God.
right? And the office smell like piss. But they're not retired. And they don't have to teach a class either. All they have to do is write a paper every couple of years. Right? Because that is what tenure, that's how you get tenure. The papers that you write. That's why professors are always writing papers. Because it's part of the agreement. But that's what it is. So tenure is given to all professors in good standing. So if you go to if you go to Harvard and say list of tenured professors of emeritus professors, we have a whole of them. There's a whole heap of them because they left the institution in good standing. So he being a professor of emeritus, while it is good, it is not special. It is not special.
They don't give those out to everybody.
They give it to everybody in good standing. Everybody in good standing. Look it up yourself if you don't believe me.
I just did.
And what it says. What it said.
Well, good standing. See, you have to do a lot to, number one, have tenure at a university in terms of like what you've written, in terms of like, you know, you have to do a lot. You just can't be a regular professor and not really write anything.
All right. Okay, listen. Of the nearly 100 living Harvard emeritus professors, more than half are still engaged in teaching, writing, or research. They want you in good standing. Want you in good standing. And you had tenure.
Every professor don't get that either.
And every professor don't get tenure because guess why? A university have X amount of spaces for permanent professors. And if you get tenureship, let's say you were a bright spark, you did some research in your early 20s, 30s, and the university decided to hire you. Because you did so, let's say you did some research on fiber optics or things that can make the university money. Because it's actually a payback, because a lot of these professors, especially for those big universities, when the research that they do, the university license out these research and other places use the application of the research. So the university is always getting money. These people get tenureship easy because they're bringing in money for the university. Somebody who developed how to make synthetic thing from oil. That person get tenure because the university is always going to make money from that, and it's a way to pay back that person for what they have given to the university. No, you don't have much spaces, so other people waiting. As soon as a professor dies who had tenure, and that space open up, other persons running towards it. I need this. I've done this research. I've done this. Or the university go out there and they recruit the best and the brightest. Why is the Chinese work?
That's not the only way that they get tenure though. Too though. That's not the only way.
It's based on the papers that you write. Yeah, it depends on the papers that you write or the research that you're doing.
Because universities have a publish or perish policy.
Right. But once you get tenure, you don't have to publish every year.
Yeah.
Once you get tenure, you can publish every 5 years, every 10 years. Depends on the research that you're doing. Because not every research is going to not every paper is going to be able to be published every year. It depends on the research that you're doing. As I was saying, why are the Chinese now getting American professors to go to China to teach? Because they're paying them more money and they're giving them tenure. So these scholars now going to China. American professors are going to China to teach because they can't get tenure and the research may be good, but it's a competitive world. But I don't think we should throw Dr. Enoch under the bus.
Hey, peace. I joined the bill late. Appreciate you adding me on. I'm biased. I got like a couple of questions. First, the first question that I actually have before I ask any additional question to everybody up here is that so who do you believe is teaching fake history?
I'm not saying that it's fake history. I'm saying that I won't go as far as to call it fake. But what I'm saying is that the emphasis that they place on Egypt, to me, this is my opinion, was misguided. Because we are West African people.
But slow down, Stu, because you keep saying they. Can you be more specific about who they is?
Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben's concentration was of that because of how he saw history for himself. He from somewhere over there, Ethiopia area or something. Whatever he says, but you have to have you thought about what it's like to grow up in the 1900s, in the early part of the 1900s, or in the 30s, as an example, and you're seeing Eurocentric worldview or westernized worldview rewriting history, and people are competing to include themselves in history, and the only people that are unable to tell their story are the Africans that were on the continent?
I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. I will never overlook that. I understand that because let's be honest. As the other day I was speaking to my mother, and I said to her, do you understand, Mommy, that your grandmother, mother, more than likely, was born into slavery? We don't speak about it a lot. But it wasn't that long ago that we as a people, especially we in this part of the world, were seen as less than. Right? I come from a country where it has changed now. But me growing up, I'm 50. And I have good, strong memory.
But Stu Pease, you're avoiding what I'm asking.
You're asking me what you're asking me. I'm not avoiding it. What you're asking me is that if I can imagine myself in Dr. Ben's shoes as a child growing up in an oppressed and suppressed community where you as a Black person is looked upon as less than, and the history that you perceive as belonging to people that come from the continent is being stolen by the European. That is what Dr. Ben was seeing.
Not only that's not the only thing. I think a lot of people focus on that, but he also taught evolution, or he tried to introduce people to evolution to make the argument that all of these things that people are trying to cling or make theirs can't be theirs based on the evolutionary process of the earliest hominids and how people evolved on the continent. It goes back further than just introducing people to Kemet, because he never introduced people to Kemet for them to be the most spiritual people of the world. That was never his focus.
Yeah, he always said, I believe that they believed it.
But that's one of my things. But no, now I can agree. Okay, so if we take the emphasis off Dr. Ben and then you go to a different level of school of thought that's coming out of the community, and which we would agree that we do have a lot of religious zealots who left the church and then cling to ancient Kemet only for the spiritual nuances to readapt and reacclimate themselves into a tradition unknowingly. Those people have made the studies or the work that has been put forth by people like Dr. Ben pretty much watered down and romanticized, because they only give you clippings of what Dr. Ben says about certain aspects of ancient Kemet, and not what the overall argument or the body of work he instilled presents itself. And then it's diluted into mysticisms of people's mindset that tends to frame their arguments around quote unquote Blackology and parade themselves around, well, he was never no doctor and this, that, and the third. So, you know, I can understand where people come from, and then they say, well, we're West and Central Africans. Absolutely, directly we are, because about 100 years ago, about 100 years ago, my earliest ancestors was probably coming through South Carolina some damn where. You know what I mean? Off a boat. Like it's that much fresh. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you about the West and Central African perspective and the way that we need to look at things. But I think we got to be careful when we start to label who's teaching real history. Because some people, and I'm just going to say this, just because they go against what some school of thoughts are, and people tend to cling to the entertainment aspect of it, they ain't teaching real history. They ain't teaching shit. They're just talking about it, or they're just throwing out information that they never critiqued or cross-referenced, and they're doing us just as big as a disservice as Jabari would be trying to tell us to do a Boda Ra ritual.
I mentioned that earlier, that Jabari did that to Dr. Ben in his old age. Induct him in the shrine of Mahat. Right? But let me go back, because I need to correct myself, because now that I'm listening to you, I need to adjust my argument. I understand how important Dr. Ben was. I understand that Dr. Ben was a light in the times of darkness. I would give him the same homage I give to Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a light in the time of darkness. Malcolm X was a light in the time of darkness. We might not have to believe 100% in what they've believed in or what they teach, but I should not disregard what and who he is in the time of darkness. Because prior to Dr. Ben, very few people that look like us had the ability to explain the history of what was going on in antiquity. And to say that the possibility exists that these persons were not blonde hair and blue eye until the Greeks took over. That these people were African people. And when I say African people, I'm basically naming the continent now.
An amalgamation of many different shades of African.
Many different shades of African people. But the problem is that we need to now look at Africa as what it really is. That this place is 3 times bigger than the United States of America. Right? So you can fit almost 3 United States of America in that continent comfortably. Right? So therefore, although Egypt was constructed by African people, it might not be the same African people that was in West Africa. It might not have been the same African people that was in South Africa. It might not be the same African people that was in East Africa. And it might have been African people that was in North Africa. I'm not negating any Africanness, but I'm saying that Africa can, because of its geographical size, can have very distinct people. Am I wrong or right?
I'm not gonna say you're wrong or right, because African people are distinctively unique depending on the
geographic
equatorial
location,
area. Yeah, depending on where they are.
The geographical location of where they are.
Yes, that's going to set them up to be many shades. However, an amalgamation and culture would drive that force into separating some of those shades or some of those people. So then you would see a cluster. So you can't really bog down. It only gets muddy when you start seeing the intrusion of these outsiders coming in via trade and otherwise, trying to do business and mingling with the people and stuff like that. But I don't want to get into a conversation about Egypt because I believe the community is stuck there. The community is.
Let's leave Egypt. Let's anything above the 30-degree parallel latitude. We will not talk about it tonight. So I'm not talking about nothing in North Africa. 30-degree parallel, anything above that, we're not going to talk about that. I'm going to ask you this serious question. Were people in West Africa trading with people in South Africa?
We don't have enough evidence. We don't have enough evidence to say that there was this big trade or a medium trade, or if there was a small scale of trade that could exist, or if people in pockets were doing, little back and forth stuff between South, Central, or East Africa, depending on the time period, whether late Stone Age or Middle Stone Age or so forth. So we can't hone in on that. But what we do have evidence for is that we do have small pockets of people in different geographical locations or countries of West Africa to a degree that we still need more work to be done to extract some of those things. But there are routes that exist that would leave one to travel north, east, central, and south to trade. And in those trade routes, they centralize places through history or through time that allow them the ability to be able to open up in what they do, what they call long distance trading, which would mean from someplace in West Africa to the Congo or to ancient Kemet or to toward North Africa, possibly only because North Africans looked at the, people below the Sahara differently, and they had this some type of mindset toward them later on.
I'm cutting off the 30th parallel. I'm talking about the difference between West Africa and South Africa. That's what I'm talking about. Because
West Africa, South Africa, and East Africans, if I put you in a room full of all of those particular people, the only way you'll be able to distinctively tell them apart primarily would be their dialect, their language.
That's not true.
Okay. So if I took someone from the Zulu, If I took someone from the Maasai, and if I took someone from the Igbo, and I put them in a room together, and they all had on similar clothes, you wouldn't know which either one of them are from unless they opened their mouth and spoke.
I will not be able, because I'm not acquainted with the geographical location of the individual, but I will be able to identify that these people are separate people.
Yeah, you would when you would when they talk.
No, by observation, they look distinct.
If they have no tribal markings and they just had on regular clothes like we wear over here in the West, you wouldn't be able to do it, bro. I'm finna tell you why. Because my neighbors on the left side of me is Fulani, and on the right side of me is Hausa, and that's just in the same area. I'm talking about it from Nigeria.
But those are
I wouldn't have known that.
But Sean, the Fulani and the Hausa are literally the same people from the same geographic area. I'm talking about South African people. Distinct from the quiet people, the click talking people in South Africa. The one that talk with.
Nah, now you going.
No, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful because that's a real language.
You're not being disrespectful. I'm not blaming you for that.
Distinctly look different than people in Nigeria.
Hold on, let me help Stu Peas out for a second. I'll help him out. There's something in biology that is called spatial autocorrelation, right? And spatial autocorrelation means that when you have people who live in the same geography or landmass for like thousands and thousands of years, and they mix with each other, they're gonna have similar, phenotypes. But I mean, it kind of, sometimes you can tell an Anglo-Saxon from a German. You would just have to know, like in similar builds and facial structures, you would have to know.
I disagree.
Oh, you would. Oh, trust me, you
would.
A
Roman look different.
I would disagree. I'm telling you specifically, if I take someone from South Africa, East Africa, and West Africa, and put them all in the same Western clothes, bro, you could not tell them apart.
Of course, you can't tell them apart. Of course, you can't tell them apart.
No, you can't.
I could tell a German from an Anglo-Saxon apart, though.
If we take Europeans, if we look at when Europeans, English people, even when they dress, if a German dressed like an Englishman 500 years ago, they would be able to tell that man is not an Englishman.
Bro, I sat next to a white dude in my training last week. This dude and then another dude, both of them was dressed in army fatigue, like they've been duck hunting all damn day. Two dudes. The only way that I could tell this dude was foreign was when he spoke. He looked just like he looked just like the redneck dude that had on army fatigue as well. What separated him is when he spoke.
But Sean,
that's how you were able to distinguish.
Okay, hold on. What Sean
you wouldn't have listen. You wouldn't have been able to do that. I don't think that y'all understand how difficult this conversation gets.
It's not difficult, Sean, because Sean, what happened to you is that I come from a community where we had an amalgamation of people. And honestly, a Kingstonian sometimes can look on somebody from Clarendon, and we're talking about a small country. I know that you don't come from Kingston without the opening their mouth, and the two of them have on the same clothing.
That's different.
We're talking about a 50-mile difference.
That what you just said is different.
Yeah, we can determine that.
Anglo-Saxon looks different from a German person, and someone from Eastern Europe looks different from someone from Northern Europe. That's just
Russian.
I'm okay. If I was on my cell phone,
and I think,
go ahead, Amber.
I think also here too, like, because I get what they're saying and I get what you're saying, but I think the distinction is that you have to be well versed enough in the nuances and the differences in these people in order to identify it. That's just like a white person mistaken, you know, oh, I met your friend already. Like, no, you didn't meet me. But to them, we all look alike. They don't pay attention enough to the nuance and the distinctions. So if you're not really around these people and you're not paying attention and you've never really, you might just see a white person and you don't know their history or where they come from or where they're, so you can't identify those different traits about them that make them distinct and different from another European. So to me, like, I understand what they're saying, but I also understand why you can look at a white person like, hell, he looked just like Buddy that was right here, and they from two different places. Like, now you can't tell them apart if you put them in certain attire. But for those people, they can identify, oh, they from this part of Europe, or they from that part. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I'm not denying that. I'm speaking specifically to the way that we're viewing it from where we are when we look back to Africa. Like when we look back to Africa, our lenses change. But when we look at each other, of course, we can always identify our differences. So I agree with that assessment, because we got to look at each other. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, Stoopies will look at me and you, like you said, Stoopies are immediately separate us from him because of where he's from. And we would immediately separate ourselves from him because we know where he's from. Like, nah, he's from Jamaica. You know, we see it, we smell it, you know what I'm saying? He embodies it.
He walk, he don't walk like no African American. We African Americans, we got a distinctive swag, you know.
You everybody but I can tell you, if you have a Jamaican and an African American,
you break it up.
So if you have a Jamaican and an African American, you see 90% of the time, I'm able to identify who's a Jamaican.
Yeah.
And how is that?
Because you know what a Jamaican look like. That's how you sing.
Yes, because you know what the Jamaican look like.
And you can tell
that person don't look like a Jamaican.
And you can tell who's impersonating Jamaicans. Because that happens a lot. They try too hard to be Jamaican.
You can see it off the bat, and that is what I'm telling you. That
right.
People might have this. Even in China, all right. Even in China, not all Chinese persons look alike. People from North China look different from people from Southern China. But because we are not accustomed to seeing all the different varieties of Chinese, to us they look alike. But when you grow around second and third generation Chinese in Jamaica, even when they are full-blooded Chinese, sometimes when a Chinese just come off the boat, they might have on the same clothes. We just look at that person and say, where in China are you from? What does be Cantonese or Mandarin? And they say Mandarin. They say, oh, you've come from up north. You look different. And I'm saying, oh, you know, because I know so much Cantonese speakers. Most of the Chinese I know speak Cantonese. And they look different than the Chinese that speak Mandarin. But to the outside, to somebody who don't know the dynamics of the population, all Chinese is going to look alike. But they look different.
But here's my thing, Stoopies, is this. I'm saying that to say the ultimate identifier is always going to come down to one's culture. And inside of that, cultural nuances is going to expose the differences among the people, no matter how we want to visualize them. So when we look, and this is why I'm saying this, like I said earlier, when we look back to Africa, are we really looking, and from what view are we looking from? Like, we know that a lot of our ancestry, as you continue to state, comes from West and Central Africa. But how invested are we as a people in trying to bring that information forward and educate a mass of people to get them reinterested into something? They commercialize Kemet. That's one of the reasons why everybody can fall in love with it. The pyramids, the gold, all of those things. But hell, West Africans was rocking big old gold. You know what I'm saying? Like all through that place. All they had many of kingdoms and things of that nature. But we just have to be patient in our learning. We're too quick to want to Google something and then have a whole damn conversation for 9 days about something that one person just Googled and then brought forth to people. And now we trying to extract one damn article that the person probably never really fully read. And that becomes a task. So I'm saying that to say, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. We just have to do a better job at being students first, and then trying to connect the dots for ourselves to tell our story at the way that it needs to be told so that we can properly learn these things. If we ain't really in it to actually really educate ourselves and we're only doing it to argue, we're doing everybody a disservice. And then we're becoming the topic of the show, a lot of fake history being taught.
But
Well
Sean, let me
said.
say this.
Well
Let me
said.
say this. Let me say this, Sean. Dr. Ben, in his effort to enhance us and to educate us, probably did us a disservice. He probably did us a disservice. Because while he highlighted the sexiness, and I steal that word from somebody, everybody, when I say that word, everybody knows what's in it. While they highlighted the glory of what was Egypt. And we as a people start looking to the east. Right? We look so far to the east that even the Rastafari in Jamaica look to Ethiopia for the king. We look to the east instead of look to the west, where our focus should have been, because we are people of the west. So he probably did us a disservice and not realize that he did us a disservice.
Yeah, but not everyone. But here's the thing, though. Not everyone focused on the East. The problem is, right? Because you had John Henry Clark. What was John Henry Clark talking about, or what was he teaching right beside Dr. Ben? John Henry Clark wasn't in Kemet like that. He knew what he knew, but he was talking about Ghana. He was talking about the Yukon a whole lot. He was going up and down West Africa. He was making it more conducive to our learning. He talked about Central Africa, even in the South. Dr. Ben talked about South Africa. That's what I'm saying. Like, people forget that part of their teachings. Yeah, exactly. But people forget that part of their teachings, and then they cling to the little things because people was romanticizing the hell out of ancient Kemet, whether black, white, or indifferent. So we have to, right, as students, if we claim to learn from these elders and stand on their teachings, then we as students have to provide the clarity in their teachings. So what is the clarity in their teachings? John Henry Clark wrote a book about Christopher Columbus coming in, doing all of this shit, right? That's got to deal with West Africa. Specifically, because what he's talking about, how Christopher Columbus came down there, started raping and pillaging or claiming to have discovered this, that, and the third. He's giving us all of this information, but everybody really ain't diving into that. It ain't romantic enough, right? No matter how everybody love it. So now that goes back to my point. We have to slow the conversation down and really go through these people's work to find out what we should be having these conversations about and growing and developing in those things. What are we scared of? We act like we're conscious, but then we be on the most stupidest shit.
And I just want to say, like, and no disrespect, Stupies, but I'm sick of the no leader can get it right. They should have been doing, like, hindsight is 2020. The disservice that Black people especially do is waiting around for somebody to tell them what to think, what to look at, what to research, what to discover. If you don't get up and go about your motherfucking self, whatever he taught is what he taught, whatever he researched is what he researched. It's on you. Like, people just need to take accountability for them. What people don't know today ain't got shit to do with what he ain't teach or what his focus area was. That was that man focus. That was his passion. That's what the fuck he wanted to do.
Amber, a while ago, if you heard me earlier.
Peas, I think you might want to let that marinate a little bit.
No. Listen to me. But I mentioned this earlier. I mentioned this earlier. What I said earlier was this, is that we as a culture, when our leaders of any institution dies, half of the institution oftentimes die with the leader. I said that earlier. I said that to say this, that if Dr. Henry Clark, right, he brought us some information. I mentioned even the white man at Oxford, that sometimes when he brings information, his information is oftentimes wrong. But because he's a part of an institution, which over time gradually embrace newer knowledge, he's no longer crucified about his information, but the institution which he helped to form. When Dr. John Henry Clark died, right, it's almost as if his work was close to criticism, or was close to follow on. If you talk to Reggie and you mention Dr. Henry Clark, he may have ventured in the wrong way, but we see this, we understand why. He takes it as a diss.
Well, I mean, he knew the man personally. So, I mean, that's understandable. But like,
I mean, he knew it personally, but my thing is, like, I could understand if we're saying someone did something intentionally. This nigga knew the right information and he intentionally put out the wrong information. But that's like literally a part of scholarship. Like, sometimes shit gets wrong. And you find new methods, new information, and you correct and move on. Like, that's just how this shit works. Like, why we think that, oh, they were supposed to have it right because I needed to know this and they ain't give me the right information. Go find your own motherfucking right information. Like, that ain't that man's job to hold your hand, to teach. Like, it baffles me, the entitlement that people have.
Amber, can I ask you a question, Amber? I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you believe that Dr. John Henry Clark believed that the African in the West who was transported on slavery, do you believe before
you finish your question, I'm gonna cut you off. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck what that man believed. I'm worried about what I believe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like, all right, let me ask Sean the question then. Sean, do you believe that John Henry Clark?
Why are you running from that smoke, Amber Gaffney?
No. And
I'm not even trying to be on no smoke, but like, we keep having these conversations about what everybody else didn't do right and what they should have done, and it's like old tired.
No.
Like,
we need. Let's get into the mind of the man.
Go ahead.
Because when we read the books, when we read somebody's books, when I read books, I am getting into the mind of the author to understand what is he saying. Not only the information. When you read, you have to get into the mind of the individual who writes it and say, what is this about? What is his aim? What is his objective? What should I take away from this when I'm finished? And what should I leave behind? Sean, do you believe that Dr. John Henry Clark or Dr. Ben thought that we were Egyptians? And when I say we, the kidnapped victim of the transatlantic slave trade.
Dr. Ben never said that. Dr. Ben, and if you read The Black Man of the Nile, that's pretty much what his argument was. His argument wasn't to say that we were all Egyptian. He was basically trying to give people back something that was being lost throughout history due to racism, white supremacy, as a tool to say Black people couldn't do shit. They had no means of being able to do shit. There's no way that they could have built those pyramids and ruled for 3,000 plus years. There's no way that Black people would have the thought process to be able to do that. What that equates to, for me, Stupies, is I'm gonna make it westernized now. The same thing with Black people being able to head coach in professional sports and Power 5 college sports settings, and Black people to be able to play the quarterback position at a high level from the pocket. Those stigmatisms are rooted in racism, white supremacy, because they don't think that we possess the capability to be able to do those jobs at a high level. So there's that same notion that, man, they couldn't have did this. There's no way. So if in the introduction to something of significance into human history, Dr. Ben is taking on that fight. Did he get shit wrong? Absolutely. But it's like, goes back to Amber's point. It's our job to find out what he got wrong and correct it. You don't throw him out because he just put you up on something you needed to extract from and then utilize it to advance yourself. The problem is people get stuck. It's just like people in having these biblical arguments every single day. You're stuck. You're trying to get people out of the same thing you stuck talking about. It ain't gonna never happen. It's just gonna keep being circular. But what all he did was say, through evolution, there's an argument that we were here. Look at evolution. There's an argument that shows the migratory patterns. Here's the evidence. And he keeps on piling on. Now, does he get some stuff wrong? Absolutely, because he's relying on research that's done through other people. So it's not his actual primary. Now, what information? He's a secondary source, tertiary source in some instances. Similar to a Dr. Clark and Chancellor Williams. You have to yield that, you have to admit that and accept that. But it goes all the way full circle back to what Amber keeps saying. Like, yo, we can't expect them to get every damn thing right. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have access to tools that we had today. None of that. If they did, bro, they would have way more shit right than we could get right with the tools that we got today, because we're too busy stuck. They would have did the work to advance us further. So it's our job, our responsibility to take the bull by the horn, and wherever we got points of contention, to hash that shit out by using proper research methodology and coming to an honest conclusion, and then bring our findings forward. Not try to work our pseudoisms out on the live stream. We ain't gonna get no goddamn well.
Well said. And then
No, I will agree.
Yeah, and if you ain't gonna do all of that, then just shut the fuck up. That's just, and I'm not even being funny, but like, are we not tired of talking about people that have done more than we've done in our lifetime? Are we not tired? Are we not tired of doing that? I'm not even being funny, but like, I'm not gonna sit out here and act like I'm an activist and I'm making change in the world. I'm making change in my household. I'm making change in my immediate family. I'm not really worried about the world or the Black community at large, because this is what you get. 20 years from now, I wish the fuck I would. And 20 years from now, motherfuckers are sitting around on the panel discussing what I could have did. I wish the fuck I would. And niggas been doing this shit for years, hours on end, live after live, discussing greater people than themselves and what the fuck they should have did better. Man, please.
I agree with you. That's why, you know what I'm saying, some of these conversations isn't fruitful, but it takes it takes that energy for it to be said, for you to then just check yourself and then be like, all right, so go look at your body at work and what you're contributing to, because ultimately that's how I see it. What am I in it for? If I don't commit myself to contribute in some type of way, some body of knowledge that helps the next people move forward, then all this shit is for nothing. So it's time to do less. What is that? I don't mean to throw the analogy out there, but less barbershop talking and more actual work to be put in, because it's too important for our children who are going to need something vital in their time. Because she's right. I'm not finna be 20 years from now and I'm sitting here and my kids is in their 30s and they talking about, man, y'all should have did this or y'all should have did that. Now the smart people are going to be like, well, they only had these tools. They didn't have this information. Now that they have it, they're spot on right here. That's how you advance information. But what people are missing is what Amber just said. We're supposed to take what we learned and have it affect our households and then the immediate people around us. And together that moves shit forward.
We are, I am not totally disagree with you folks.
Let me say something real quick.
Say it and then I said what I said.
Kwame Nkrumah said, thought without practice is empty and action without thought is blind.
All right, so let me tell you what I'm saying now. This is what I'm saying. In the community as it exists today, we are part of a community that is deeply fragmented, and it is fragmented primarily on belief system, meaning that individuals hold their faith to the highest regards. And whether it want to be a Dr. Ben who introduced us to Egypt, or the ones who said that they are Muslims, was introduced to Muslims by Louis Farrakhan and Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or whether they want to be a Hebrew Israelite, whether they want to be a Christian, a Jehovah's Witness. Our community has always been bombarded by information that has been foreign to us. And many times this information has not done the community any good within the last 150 years since the abolition of slavery. We leave one master for another master. And in an effort to sometimes try to debunk these people, some of our heroes have to get debunked. We didn't want to be Marcus Garvey, who was a hero of mine. Marcus Garvey is a hero of mine, but I have no problem to say that Marcus Garvey was a narcissist. Marcus Garvey believed that he was the only person who could probably lead the UNIA. And that was a fundamental problem to his downfall.
If I may.
I have no problem. Let me finish, Amber. I have no problem with that. But we have to realize that, listen, these people are great and we appreciate what they do. But some of the information that they brought us wasn't the best, wasn't really the road to good intention. The road of good intention sometimes is not the best road taken.
I hear what you're saying, Stu Peace, but I don't think that it not being the best information is what got us stuck. What got us stuck is discussing this stupid shit. Like, you have white Christians that believe all types of weird shit. It don't hinder them from success. You have Asians that have their own religious belief system. It don't hinder them from success. You have Muslims that's in the fucking White House and in the motherfucking Senate and doing all types of shit. Like, it don't hinder them from success. Whatever their belief system is, whatever bullshit information, whatever hang up superstitions they got, it do not hinder them because they don't get stuck there. We get stuck there. And I think it's a lot because we're fucking mentally lazy and we lack motivation and ambition. It's easier to sit on panels and discuss bullshit than to actually strive toward the thing that you say you want. It's easy to say, well, we got to do this, instead of saying, you know what, maybe I should do something about my condition. Maybe I need to take control and accountability for where the fuck I'm sitting at. When it's a we thing, you can always blame it on other people not cooperating with you because it's a team effort and everybody's not participating. And we are held back because we're not doing this thing together. Go do your own thing. Go be great. Who's stopping you? Like, I don't understand why we keep acting like it's this big block in our pathway when the same excuses we use for why we're not where we should be, other motherfuckers is jumping these hurdles left and right. It ain't stopping shit.
Amber, earlier I asked a question when to Unbiased and to the young man. I asked a question. Suppose you were dropped off as a Black person in an English-speaking country with no money, and how would you make a living? What skills that we as a people have passed on to ourselves, right? And when we look at it, I ask that question because it has something to do with our dependency as a people. You mentioned other cultures. Other cultures are we as a people are just now learning how to become independent. Although you had a time where you had a lot of Black owners and Black people who own stores and supermarkets and hospital and all of that. But true independence, financial independence, where people now talking about financial literacy and financial independence, is now basically on the forefront, is new to us as a people. And everything rolled into one. We have been bombarded by a lot of misinformation. I'm going to take Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark out to the picture. And we're going to look at the information. Even Garvey, when he was telling the people, said, let's get back to Africa. Let's go to Liberia, where I can become president or king. Let's be honest, he wanted to become king or president of whatever country his people went to. But what real skills were he really endowing onto the people? What was he telling them? So what we need training with? This man couldn't operate one ship. Him buy an old derelict and he wanted to run a country. Right? We have always been bombarded by charlatans. I'm not calling Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark a charlatan.
But
charlatans.
Hold on, real quick, Stu Peace.
Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark.
Real quick, Stu Peace.
You keep
real quick,
bringing them up, bro. I'm like,
yeah,
Jesus.
real quick. I just want to ask.
Yeah.
Were there people that was willing to follow that plan?
Yeah.
Was there people in support of him being king?
Yeah.
Okay, so that goes back to my point. We cannot blame people for taking advantage if we're gonna continue to be vulnerable and goofy. Like I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but like you're waiting on a predator because you're saying charlatans and all that. So pretty much these people are predators in your eyes. You're expecting a predator to have some type of mercy when you got to wake up and smell the motherfucking Colombian. You're either a predator or you're prey. Like I don't understand. You keep proving my point. He didn't have a plan, but yet people were supporting it with no plan. Right? Make me king, worship me, and because he had a slick mouthpiece, motherfuckers was willing to G for it. That's what you're saying, right?
Of course. Okay. I don't
blame him for that. I blame the people.
I will say the same thing about Farrakhan. I will say the same thing about what's the one who's in prison for child molestation. That the information is sometimes misused, misguided, where people are told that we are the builders of the pyramid, or we are the
but people don't have no responsibility. So people don't have no individual responsibility to have their own mind, to be able to discern, to be able to analyze and evaluate. So people they don't have no accountability for what they believe in or what they subscribe to. That's what you're saying. It's all on the leadership.
I am saying it, but I am saying is this, Amber, is that we as a people, we as a people have not been exposed, have not been independent long enough to understand who we really are as a people. So sometimes we do not have that knowledge. So we seek out people who appears to have that knowledge. Because we
So
as a
pretty
people,
much, so Black people at large are insecure and they need to find themselves.
but this, am I wrong? Am I wrong, Amber? Tell me that I'm wrong.
I'm not
Tell me
saying
that
you're
I'm
wrong,
wrong.
but see, my whole
Tell me
thing
that I'm
is,
wrong.
my whole thing, you're not wrong about that, but it always go back to me to how can you look for who you are outside of yourself? Like, how you gonna go and ask another motherfucker to tell you who you are? You don't know you wake up and decide that shit every day? You don't know that? Like, see, to me, that's common sense. How the fuck I'm looking for another motherfucker to tell me who I'm supposed to be in this world? To me, that's like my kids know that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think you infantilize Black people when you say that. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying at what point is motherfuckers gonna put on their walker shoes and start to walk?
My grandmother, when I growing up, Amber.
We keep looking for this ideal leader.
Grandma,
like, tell
when
me,
I was growing up,
who do you think did it right? Because I ain't never heard nobody say who does it right. I always hear about who did it wrong. Tell me who did it right. Can you tell me who did it right?
We have not found anybody who have done it right yet. We have not found anybody who have done it right yet.
Amber,
you said found, so
Amber,
that means
Amber,
like
no.
you looking for somebody to do it right though.
Nah,
Not you.
Amber,
You're not gonna do
you
it right.
can't.
You looking for somebody else to do it right. Okay,
I can't
I
let you
rest
do
my
that.
case. I rest my case.
I can't let you get away with that truth.
Yeah.
And let you get away with it. Nah, you're absolutely correct. They have not been looking for people who got it right. They're looking for they're cherry picking scholarship. Every conversation that has been had over the last 4 months, depending on what platform it is people cherry picking scholarship and thinking they're going to skip steps and come to an honest conclusion based on some faulty premise. And it's just dishonest information. And then people get mad when people challenges one's methodology on how they come to that conclusion. And then next thing you know is, I don't like him, or I don't think that. And then they mad at you. Because what you just basically said is a summary of how lazy some people have become, and succumbed to, and how much of a personality worshiper that people are, which is also another issue that leads into their ignorance as well. So you're only exposing, Amber, the unintelligence and the behavioral problems in people and their insecurities, even into this information. Stu Peace, you keep saying that there's not people that's trying to teach these things. There are people that's out there trying to teach people how to use proper research methodology, think critically, and be able to analyze data and use those tools to help them do that on their own, inside their home and outside of their home, because that's something more valuable than all the other things, because it teaches you how to solve your own damn problems. The thing is that we want to be entertained so badly that we miss the message in the teachings, because we rather be loving hip hop on YouTube.
Not only that though, don't they have institutions that do that already? Called colleges? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
All right, this is what I'm saying. We're saying that, Amber is saying that, and I agree with her, that colleges exist, that people need to use their mind and the brain for themselves. But I'm going to put this to you now, Amber. My grandmother, when I was 2 years, 3 or 4 years old, my earliest memory, I heard her saying that Jesus soon come. Right? I'm not talking about we as a people. We as a people have always been searching for the Black Messiah, for the Moses, not for the Moses, for the Joshua, for the leader who is capable of taking over from Moses and lead us to the promised land. Because we as a people have been placed in a bad situation. It is hard. It is hard for many people. It's just within the last 40 to 50 years. Many people have been started to see a different light, to see themselves in a different way. And it is good. Dr. Ben contributed to that, to see we as Black people say, stand up, you're proud. We're builders of civilization. I understand what he was trying to do. And probably I need to take it back. It is not his fault that people misuse information or to try to say things that he was never saying.
I'll say
maybe
this.
he should have made it more clearly.
I'll say this. Perhaps, and it's just the way my mind think. Like, I recall one day Unbiased did a show and we was talking about, you know, like how crack got into the communities and how it was, you know, this undercover, you know, way to make money to fund illegal or, you know, really unsubstantiated war. Right.
Mm.
And everybody was hung up on the crack piece. We pulling pamphlets, reading through how the American government advised, I forgot what country it was, how they advised them on how to overthrow the government. It was little samples of the pamphlets. Huh?
Nicaragua.
Yeah, Nicaragua. It was little pamphlets of them giving them instructions and how they airdropped it from the sky and, you know, wild shit. And everybody talking about, you know, the difference between crack and, you know, freebasing and all this bullshit. And in my mind, niggas was overlooking the big picture, overlooking the elephant in the fucking room, which is these niggas is giving y'all the game. Look at the pamphlets on how they told this country to overthrow their shit. You understand? Like, y'all not picking up the important details and pieces as to how you can substantiate yourself in the country that's ran by government that you don't necessarily agree with or align with. So in this same conversation, I say, niggas is missing the bigger picture. Instead of pointing out what all these motherfuckers did wrong, how about analyzing and seeing what the fuck they did right? 9 out of 10, the answers to all your fucking problems is probably staring your ass right in the fucking face. They're probably already there. You're waiting on somebody to bring them to you in a nice package. But all of these leaders, all of these people that people love to sit on the panels and talk about, they left little bits and pieces of useful information behind, but niggas is too busy pointing out the flaws.
She killing you, stupids. You and your favorite group. She killing y'all.
No.
Lord.
Listen. My discussion is still the same. You know? My thing is that
Dr. Ben again, please.
No. My thing is that let me say it one last. My thing is that Dr. Ben was integral to introducing Egypt to the community, and he did not explain it properly to ignorant
You
people.
got a hard on for Dr. Ben, bro.
He never explained it properly to ignorant people.
What?
Right? But all right. No, he never explained it properly to ignorant people. At first, I don't like Reggie. But one thing I agree with Reggie with. I don't have no problem with it. Reggie don't like me either. One thing I would agree with Reggie with is this. When Jabari started coming into the community, I saw Reggie was sneakingly attacking Jabari. And I didn't understand why. I didn't understand why was Reggie doing this.
What do they got to do with what Amber just said? What Amber just said was real.
Amber just said to pick the pick the good out of it. Tell me the good.
No. You taking us on a. No, see, this is why you don't like me, stupids, because I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. You taking us around the block, man.
Let me finish with it. No. Let me finish with what I'm saying, because I allow you to finish what you said. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. The information that Jabari is using and the name that he's using to sell Kemet to the community Which
Bro, he
name?
wasn't saying that.
Which name Jabari used to sell chemicals to the community? To be selling another cult to the
We
community.
know what Jabari's errors are, bro. They're obvious.
No, but what name?
But she's correct too. We just
What
can't
name
focus on
Jabari
his.
used?
We
No,
can't just.
what name Jabari used? What name Jabari used to sell the coin to the community?
Bro,
It don't even.
saying that.
It don't even matter. What is he getting right? She's correct. What I mean, because I
what
have a
is he
whole
getting?
damn.
What Dr.
Stu
Ben
Pease.
got right?
Hold on, Stu
Oh
Pease.
my
Hold on,
God,
Stu Pease.
Teach
bro,
me.
Stu Pease.
come on, Dr.
Stu
Ben.
Pease. Stu Pease. I got a whole presentation on Jabari's bullshit. But what does he get right in the presentation? You see what I'm saying?
Teach me.
I have a
What did he get
whole
right?
presentation on him. The problem, the reason why ain't nobody seen it is because it's just been sitting there. It was going to be used to dismember his whole bullshit with him and Garfield was supposed to debate. But the problem is, what does he get right? That's the fucking question that made all the sense in everything that has led up to this point now. Because
So help me. Help me then. Help
just
me.
hold on.
What did he get right?
Just hold on. Just hold on. He gets some stuff right. He just doesn't get everything right. And
What
the
did he
one
get
thing that he
right?
needs to make clear, the one thing that he just needs to make clear is, okay, we are incorporating certain rituals and practices from ancient Kemet that are not done in a traditional manner, but we're going to incorporate them for the sake of and just basically educating his people. But that's none of your business.
But the thing is, I've actually heard Jabari say that.
Yeah, he got forced to say that a couple of times.
Yeah,
But
I've actually heard him
he
say
said
that.
it more lately. He said it more lately than before. And that's the only reason the presentation ain't came out is because his tune changed. His tune changed and he began to say exactly what you said, Amber. I don't listen to him anymore, so I really ain't had no use in having a discussion or bringing it out. But you're right. What the fuck am I focused on? Like when I'm challenging all the other information,
did he get right?
But when I'm challenging, it doesn't even matter, bro. What did he? The point is when I focus on everybody else's information, I focus on what they got right and what they got wrong.
So help me. What did he get right?
Okay.
I need to know that.
Trying to debate him, stupid. You trying to?
I'm not debating.
Nah, it's not even.
No, not debating.
Listen, bro.
I'm not debating.
It's not even
I'm
that.
trying to understand.
There are certain elements.
Right?
There are certain elements in Christianity that springs up due to some things that transpire along the Nile. There's no denial of that. Now, what those things are might not be as extravagant as one would paint them to be, but there it lies along the Nile, some things that was incorporated in the Greco-Roman mythos that we know now as Christianity. So we get that, right? We get that and understanding. We do know that there was people there that was from other places that came to learn. What did they learn? Hell, we see it show up in some of their aspects of their teachings and the way that they actually analyze their mythos and the way that they try to idealize themselves and embed themselves into other people's culture and make it entrenched as if it was their own. We see that. You can't deny that. But the over embellishment stands out. You don't want to do it because you're entrenched in trying to chop a tree. You can't see beyond that. But some of the stuff that we do, and I hate this, notice I said some of the stuff we do is we take the wrong approach. But if we remove ourselves from the situation and then come back to that, we will find our own errors. And Stu Pease, you have an immense amount of bias in your approach toward a lot of shit. And until you
stop that. Everybody have bias. Everybody have bias. That's an unfair statement to me.
Have you
Everybody have bias.
have you tried to do unbiased research to correct your biases? Yes or no?
Everybody has bias.
No.
All right.
This, I'm gonna ask you the question again.
No, because
I'm gonna ask you the question again. I'm gonna make you hate me after this. Stupid.
That's an unfair
Have you
question.
ever done unbiased research to correct your bias? Yes or no?
Listen.
No,
what you're asking,
we didn't ask you that. We didn't ask you that.
What you're asking,
we didn't ask you that.
Is a question. But there is no such thing. What do you do when you do a research? No, I write. Listen. No. Because what he's using.
You in checkmate. No. You in checkmate.
I'm not in checkmate. I have written too much master. I don't know first. I've written too much master paper. I make too much money.
You know, Stupid, I can actually hear you running around the room right now.
No, I'm not running.
I can actually hear you running.
Every research paper start with bias.
Right.
Every research paper start with bias. Every research paper start with bias.
No. If every research starts with bias, it is wrong.
Right.
If every research starts with bias, it is wrong. It is wrong. And this goes back to proper research methodology, stupid. This is what y'all hate me for, stupid.
No. What's research methodology? Every research paper starts with bias.
And it's wrong.
If
it starts with bias, it's wrong. Because you can't go into your research with a bias. You're going to fuck up the conclusion.
Tell me a research paper that you're right.
You trying to trip him up, Stupies?
He can't trip me. Listen, he can't even answer my question, bro.
No. Tell me a research paper that you're right. Your opinion first. What is the paper?
We could barely hear you, Stupid, because you're running from the phone.
I'm not running. You make an argument.
You gotta take a break.
Every research people. What's your professor do? Start with that bias.
Hey, he's officially done. He's done now.
I asked you to tell me research people that you're right.
Stupid, you done. Stupid.
Every research people start with that.
Stupid. Now let me tell you why I did that. Let me tell you why I did that. Because you was on all those shows and you said my name and you kept saying my name and I never said nothing. And so I came on here to do just this and you running. Stupid. You're going to respect me after this conversation because you're going to think like, damn, he asked me a real question.
Tell me research paper that you start with that bias. You running, Red. Okay. No, I'm not running.
So what's
come back. Come back to
Lamont,
the conversation.
Lamont, let me ask you. You got to college. Have you ever written a paper? You written a paper yet? You write a paper yet? You write a paper yet? No, I'm not talking on question like what teacher asked. Where you develop your own paper, you develop a thesis statement. You developing a thesis statement, that is a bias because that is your statement. Now, after you go through your statement and you decide no, and you go to research, you look at it and say, this hypothesis that I formulated is wrong. But every research paper starts with a bias. Don't let nobody tell you anything.
Incorrect. So let me correct you. All right. So the new book that I just wrote, it ain't a new book that I wrote at the same time I wrote the COVID book. But when I wrote the book about the coming of Islam in the land of the blacks, Balad el-Sudan, the first thing that I knew before listen to me, stupids, hold on, because you couldn't answer my question. So I'm going to tell people what I did. When I wrote that book, stupids, I already had a bias. Before I wrote the book, I said, I'm not writing shit until I read the other side of the argument. And then I had to immediately remove my biases because it would show in my research, it would show Stupies,
What
if
did I
I did
just
not
say?
remove, listen to me, bro. I know it's hard for you. I know it's hard.
Dude,
But it
you're
was
just
showing my
regurgitating what I
work.
say, not different. Every research was that.
Why
And you said
Stupies won't
you
let me
have to
finish, bro?
No,
I
regurgitating what I said.
Stupies, you fight. Listen, stop swinging at the air. Stop fighting the air.
When you finish,
Stupies is having a boys in the hood moment. Trey, stop swinging at the door. That's air. It ain't fighting you back. What I'm trying to tell you is I had to remove my biases, and I had to be very uncomfortable with reading something that I had a bias against. Once I removed my bias, it allowed me to learn from the other side of the argument and then go and readdress research questions in order to answer them properly and allow the evidence to speak and not my damn opinion. So we have the ability to be able to do what I asked you. You just refuse to do it. You refuse to do unbiased research to challenge your biases. And therefore, you keep up the bullshit that you talk about on those panels and those shows, and then you hide your hands.
Can I talk now? Okay, guess what you just did. Guess what you just
Tim's, I'm not acting like I'm anything. I know how to remove my bias and research properly to bring out my argument.
I started the question. The first thing I said, every research that and you said no. And then you went on to say you had to remove your bias. So if it didn't start with a bias, why would you have to remove it?
If you know anything about research methodology, bro, they tell you immediately.
I think his point is the research doesn't really start until you remove your bias. Like
that's not true. No. The research starts when you ask yourself the question. The research starts when you ask yourself the question.
So simply asking the question is research?
Yes. Once you formulate the question in research, the question is not like what I asked the question here. Once you formulate the question in research, then after you ask the question, you say, what am I trying to do? Am I just asking this question?
So I can submit a question as research.
Not like that. A research question, when it's a question in regard to research, it's not.
I know it's an element, but what I'm saying is
it's a hypothesis. A question in the research, a hypothesis.
Right, but the research doesn't start until you remove the bias and then begin to answer the question using the evidence. I think that was his point.
You cannot remove.
You're incorrect.
Question. Well, I'm incorrect.
She's actually telling you. She summed up what I said.
So you said what you're saying. The research will start with the question. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not. That's no.
Why you're saying that?
No. Your research doesn't start until you remove your bias. Is exactly what she said to you.
The research won't start with the question. The research won't start with the question. That's what you're saying?
No, you're not listening. You're intentionally not trying to understand what we're saying. Stupid.
I asked that simple question. Does the research start with your question? Yes.
Every research starts with a question, stupid. But you don't learn. You're not going to learn until you remove your bias.
So Stupies, I have a question for you because this is actually a situation I've been in. You spoke earlier on writing a paper, right? Have you ever been assigned a research question? Not you came up with the question. Here is a research question, and then build your argument. So in that instance, am I starting out with bias if I didn't form the question? If the question was already formed, how am I starting out with a bias? When all I'm simply doing is making the argument using the evidence from a research question that was formulated by someone else entirely.
Let me tell you. you're mixing cheese and chocolate. Research, what you do is answer that question. When you do research, no, let me finish.
I'm mixing what? Say, come back to the phone. You come back to the phone. No, I don't. I'm pretty good at following and comparison.
Okay, all right. This is it. No.
You're pretty much hinging your argument on the fact that if you create the question, you're already starting out with a bias. I'm now posing. Okay, so if that be the case, what if I don't pose the question? What if someone else poses the question and I simply make the argument using a question formulated by someone else? How then am I starting out with a bias? Because your whole argument is hinged on the fact that you formed the question, you started out with a bias. I'm very clear on what you're saying.
All right, let me listen. If the question is not your question, if the question is not your question, the question is somebody else's question.
What are you saying?
Right? And you're asked, and don't finish, and you're asked to either defend or show it. That's a whole different thing than when somebody comes up with their own question. Most research that people do, scholars on that level, and Sean will agree with me on this, is that they come up with their own questions. Right? It's not somebody give them a question. When we talk about research, that somebody will formulate and come up with their own question, with their own premise. That's the kind of research I'm talking. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. It's two totally different things. Like when Sean come up with what the last book that he wrote, he came up with a question. Coming up with a question is not as simple as it is. And Sean can deny.
Stupid. I totally understand what you're saying, but there's instances where they have whole research teams. So are you saying that the entire research team is coming up with the question, therefore everyone involved has bias? Or if one person comes up with the question, yet they have a research team, like, is the team biased or just the person is biased? Like, I'm trying to figure it out.
If you have a research team, even on the university,
Man, what you saying, bro?
it's one person come up with a question. They come up, they might assist them with their research. They might help them to prove what it is. But the person who comes up with the question, that question is what makes a research. When you start to write a paper, and it's like you get a blank slate, and you come up with a question. And that sometimes determines the question when you ask in your research. Sometimes your professor says the question, and we're going with this. We're going with that. What is he trying to do? What is he saying? The question is sometimes very more important than the answer. Sometimes disagree with me on it, but you know it's true. So when you say teams of research, or you say a research team, is one person come up with a question. Other people that's assisting.
Yo, stupid. Before I go, I knew you couldn't answer my question.
No. You tell me.
I knew you couldn't answer my question.
Have no bias. You tell me that research is bias.
Well, here's
that you tell me, Sean. And that's a lie. That's a fallacy.
Here's the thing.
You're wrong, stupid.
Here's the thing. I'm willing to split the baby, right? Because I will say that there is no research that is 100% unbiased. I will say that because that is just a rule of thumb. When you're dealing with probability, there's always the room for error, period. So you will never say something is 100% unbiased. But I think we have to take things into context in what he's saying. Based on the quote unquote methodology and the way things are done and how this is determined and measured, yes, there is something called unbiased research. It does not have to be 100% unbiased because nothing is 100%. They won't even tell you your child is 100% yours.
Facts. They
Like
give
at the
you
end of the
99.8.
right, there's always going to be that that margin of error. Like that's
Amber, there's no such thing as unbiased research. That is why most professors,
What?
that's don't just listen afterwards.
Look it up. Look it up, Stu
What?
Peas. No. Don't say
Let
another
me
word.
finish talking.
Go look up
No,
unbiased
let me
research.
finish talking. Let me finish talking.
This man
After
said
when people start to research, and you devote yourself to something, you start to formulate a premise. That is why a lot of papers have to be looked over by your peers to see if your argument holds source or if there's an intrinsic bias in the paper. If a paper is not peer per view, it is not even given whatever the word wants to be. I chat patois and I try to speak English, so I decipher in my head. If the paper is not oftentimes looked over by a peer, it's not regarded. If your peers don't look over your paper is not regarded. That's a lot of papers.
Stu Peas had no idea, y'all. He didn't. It's my fault.
If your professor write a paper, and it's not perfect.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, it's my screen.
Show me a paper.
My screen.
Show me a paper.
Why you yelling?
Show me a paper.
Stu Peas.
Why you yelling?
Stu Peas, read the title of this. Stu Peas, read the title. What does that say on the screen?
I'm driving.
What does it say on the screen?
Read it. I cannot read it. I'm driving. You don't hear the car.
I did hear the car. You probably gonna have to read it to him.
Okay, cool. Field guide. It says field guide for the time poor. How to conduct lean and unbiased research.
Yeah, I want to say.
Listen, hold on, let me finish.
Read the first paragraph.
Us how to research quickly on a budget without sacrificing substance. There's articles on this. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna go back.
Read the first paragraph.
Hold on, Stu
Read
Peas.
the first paragraph.
Calm down, Stu Peas. Calm down. You can truly understand, right? When scientists say what they say because they have information that helps you avoid being biased. They're talking about this. There's lectures on YouTube. There's so much going. Bro, you know how many books on methodology I read? Like, come on, yo. Like, it goes back. Listen. Please. Are you driving or you running? Which one are you doing?
Stupid. You do understand that when he says unbiased research, he doesn't mean it's devoid of any bias. You do realize that, right?
What you at Walmart, Stupies?
Did he say yes?
I think so.
Yeah, Wally World, middle of the night.
Yeah.
They looking at him like he crazy and they're talking about.
Screaming at the.
But I did want to ask really quick, because this is just thoughts that start to come to mind, thinking about the internet and how everything you do is kind of in the world forever. Do we not think about or care what these videos are going to contribute to younger generations?
Right.
In 20, 30 years, when they can come on YouTube or wherever and hear the commentary of all these people that they were taught in school were great, were, leaders and pioneers for them. Do we not care how that's going to damage them or affect them potentially when they hear all of the people that they thought were great being torn down, video after video, live after live? And then when they Google the people that's tearing them down, you know, the Amber Evans, the Stoopies, you know, the whoever the hell. And they can't pull up a Wikipedia for you. Do we not care about that? When they can pull up a Wikipedia on Malcolm X or Marcus Garvey. But people been sitting around dogging these people for hours, and they go to research you and your works, and you ain't got no Wikipedia page.
Ooh.
Do we not care about that? Like, did nobody care about the clown shit that they be on day after day? I'm just asking.
In Ghana, about 6 years ago.
Stoopies is finna argue against you, Amber.
No.
Sorry.
About 60 years ago, Dan, 2,000 people did the coup and died.
Which
But
email?
Stoopies is on record. Stoopies is on record on talking shit about Dr. Ben and all that. He
Dr.
on
Ben,
record.
Marcus Garvey, about 2,000 years ago.
He on record. We got him. He on all kind of YouTube videos on this channel and the other channel and Garfield channel.
That's all we
on
say.
3 different channels.
Man, what you eat, some hot fries?
I don't know what he eating, but I know when he arguing against them, he's speaking from his biases because he ain't.
Of course.
Wait. Stupid, I'm being serious. But let me ask you a question. There are some people who regard Marcus Garvey as a fraud, right? There are some people who believe that. Now, now let me ask you a question. How would you feel if somebody kept dogging out Marcus Garvey like every time they got? Like there was Jamaican. So
Marcus Garvey was an asshole. Marcus Garvey did great things. Dr. Ben did great things. But Dr. Ben tell people believe that.
Is it just me or is he breaking up real bad? I can't barely
He
hear
breaking
you.
the hell up. He breaking the hell up.
I think he taking a bite of a Reese's peanut butter cup and he going away from the mic and he talking.
All right, can you hear me now? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Hey, look, hold on. Before you say something,
Marcus Garvey was an asshole. I have no problem dealing with that. Marcus Garvey wanted the power for himself. He never shared power. Dr. Ben wasn't about power. Dr. Ben lied that he brought new knowledge to the community. It wasn't the right knowledge.
You're wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Look, we going in circles with Stoopies, y'all. I'm out. He couldn't.
But I do. So you said they never share power. Are they entitled to? Like, I mean, like, well, I'm not entitled, obligated.
I'm listening.
Is anybody entitled to power? Are they obligated to share power that they amassed?
Man. But Amber, you there, sisters?
Yeah, I'm here.
How was your day today?
It was pretty good. I can't complain.
Hey, I heard that. What you eat today?
Crab salad.
Oh, for real?
Mm-hmm.
And would you put some eggs in it and some croutons? What you put in it?
Nope,
some,
nope.
Nothing.
Very basic.
Just some
celery.
cheese.
Celery, mayo, crab, little onion.
Crab.
Little pepper.
Where you stay on a coastal city or something?
Nah, I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that there's a lot of Black people up there.
In my area, there is. I live in Minneapolis.
I just thought there was a bunch of white people in mountains up there. I never knew that there were Black people up in
Minneapolis. Well, Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, ghetto, and a motherfucker. Actually, you wouldn't know it unless you come here. But yeah, definitely plenty Black people.
I'm gonna have to I've been down to Minnesota before. I've been to the Mall of America.
Okay, so you went to Bloomington.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It ain't far from me. Little train ride.
Cool. It looked like a cabin when I went down there. Like, this is cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to leave though. I hate it here.
No, really, you from there?
Uh-uh.
You're
I'm
not?
from Gary.
Oh, Gary, Indiana?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the Jacksons from.
Yeah.
What they got? Jackson 5 memorabilia everywhere in Gary.
They was just getting started with doing all of that when I left. But I believe they turned their house into a museum. I haven't seen it yet. I've been back to Gary a few times this year, but that was my first time going back in like since like 2016. And when I went, I just went like briefly, so I wasn't there like doing a whole lot of sightseeing.
Really?
Yeah, ain't a whole lot of sights to see no damn way.
I'm not surprised. Cause don't nothing really be popping. From what I be hearing, ain't nothing popping down in Gary.
Nah.
Famous where I'm from, like only thing we got is the arch.
You said where?
The place where I'm from, the only place we have is the arch.
Where you from, Missouri?
Yep, St. Louis.
Okay. Yeah. I heard they pretty wild hunters out there too. Shit.
I mean, it is kind of wild out here. I mean, downtown is something else. But then if you take like downtown St. Louis out of Missouri, it's basically a farm area. It's it's cows and all that type of stuff. We not how should I say? What do you call those farming places? It's a word I'm looking for, but I can't think of it right now because I've been laughing all day. Farm. Well, we just gonna say farm area. If you take St. Louis out of Missouri, it's just farm.
Okay. Yeah, Indiana a lot like that too. Really? They got a lot of cornfields. They big on the cornfields. Yeah.
Children of the corn. Huh?
You said, huh?
Children of the corn.
Mm-hmm. Children of the corn. But yeah, it ain't no whole lot going on. Now, Minneapolis actually has a lot of great like opportunities for youth and like recreation, and like they're good with shit like that, job opportunity. But it's just the people out here, they be strung the fuck out and early. Like they start early. So a lot of the people just be doing crazy, reckless shit. So it makes it, a touchy place to live depending on where you live at. But I don't know. It's almost like I think the Black people here have gotten so entitled to a lot of the stuff that they have. They wouldn't understand trying to move somewhere else where it's like a real hood, no opportunity. Like there's so much opportunity out here. It's almost like why y'all in the condition y'all in? Like it's hella opportunity out here.
I might have to go down. What type of food y'all got down in Gary? Like, what is there any type of food or something that y'all got, some type of staple?
It's real close to Chicago, so it got a lot of the same staples.
Fish, pizza and
fish,
stuff.
chicken. Pizza ain't big in Gary like it is in Chicago, but like Polish is,
yeah, that's Chicago. Yeah, that's
Steel Cities. What else? Is big. Tacos. I mean, truth be told, anywhere you go, barbecue. Like I'll say like Chicago, Gary, really the Midwest area. Well, except for here, like they food is trash, and this is technically considered the Midwest. But like, truth be told, like it really don't matter what kind of cuisine you get in those areas, whether it be Chinese food, whatever, like the shit be busting. It's almost like everybody go there and get their shit right, perfected. It really ain't like no bad food. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you want to try, Italian, whatever, it's gonna be a busting ass spot out there for it.
You
But
know
out
who has
here, like I can't find a solid Chinese restaurant. I can't find a solid like Caribbean restaurant. Like you just can't find nothing. Like even they got like a JJ's out here that's supposed to be like a spinoff from, even that shit don't taste the same. They hooks, fish and chicken, like that shit don't taste the same. Like it's just like knockoff city.
you know who has the best Chinese food, right?
Who?
St. Louis. You should go down to St. Louis, get you a box of chicken or shrimp fried rice. It's the best.
Okay.
There have been several comedians, famous comedians, by the way, who have talked about coming down to where I'm at, getting a box of Chinese food. They like, the Chinaman is the best thing in the world over in St. Louis. Oh my God. So yeah, we got the best Chinese food. Well, yeah, Chinese food. I hate saying that. But yeah.
Asian cuisine, will say.
Right.
Asian cuisine.
I'm so used to saying, I know it's bad because I remember one of my friends, he made a joke. He was like, yeah, man, you don't want to be saying, Chinese food, because what if somebody go to churches and they say, I want, y'all got the best black man and I'm going to churches. I'll be like, oh yeah, that is kind of wrong.
This is true, but truth be told, like it's marketed that way. And I'm not sure if they marketed it that way. Like if I go on Uber right now and they ask me like, what am I in the mood for? Chinese food is one of the categories. Like I'm not sure if they're branding themselves as that, or maybe they're doing like, they're just kind of like when you got to fill out your race. It's like, well, black is what's on here, so I'm gonna just select black. Like if they just identifying themselves as Chinese food, because that's the only way they, that's the only category they really quote unquote fit into, even though they kind of have an issue with it. So I can totally understand. I try to be more mindful, not to say like Mexican or, to try to, be a little more sensitive culturally.
Yeah. It's amazing of just about what different states they known for something and everything like that. It's amazing. I know the weather down in Minnesota is cold, right? Minneapolis, yeah, it's cold up there, right?
Yeah, harsh, long winters. Typically, it was it wasn't a bad winter, but we don't know that winter is over yet. Like it does stupid shit like be hot one day and then snow the next.
That's how it is.
Which is the
over
main
where I'm at.
reason why I hate it here and I'm ready to go.
Mm.
Yeah. What was y'all talking about earlier? Because I missed the first part.
It was me and Unbiased. We were just building at the very beginning. We were just talking about a variety, a bunch of stuff.
The
And we
same
was
thing,
pretty much,
Amber. The same thing. The same thing. They was talking about the same thing.
hey, Stupid, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Man, let me ask you this. So,
I'm gonna ask you.
okay, just trying to think. So, man, you know what? I lost my train of thought, man. But you gotta
It's about the bias. It's about the bias.
you gotta listen to people sometimes, man, because you were trying to trip Sean up, man, and he was running away from the phone. I mean,
No.
like,
I wasn't running away. I was listening to you. No, because I'll tell you something. I've written too much paper to know that every thought, be as human being, sit to one side or the other. When we write a paper, objective is to be unbiased as possible, especially if it's a research question. But every individual starts with intrinsic bias because we're born with it. We hope that when we write our paper, that we show both sides of the arguments. That's why even when you write an essay, especially an argumentative essay, they ask you to show both sides. Use word like therefore, hence word. When you're writing a paper, when you're writing a research paper, because when you formulate a question, the first question I ask people when they formulate a question is, why are you researching this? If you have a why, you have a bias. So if you see, why are you researching this? What is this to you? You need to prove or disprove whether or not such an occurrence affects certain things. The why would lead to a bias. Now, what you do, you write a paper to show that although I have bias, I am going to write a paper showing that I am a capable enough individual to express both sides, look at the facts, and then draw the proper conclusion. So I'm trying to weed my bias out. But the mere fact we put pen to paper and write a question, somebody asks you why, and you have an answer to the why, that's a bias. Don't let anybody tell you any foolishness.
Okay.
But
smoke too much weed and buy too much pum pum off of thesis paper.
But did you hear his? But you pretty much just summarized what his question was.
No, he said that there's no such thing, and that's what
he said. Have you ever performed unbiased research to dispel your biases?
Yes. But
you never answered that question. That was his main question. You went on to there's no such thing as unbiased research. And you pretty much just said, yes, I start out with a bias, but the goal is to weigh both sides, to present the evidence, and to draw the appropriate conclusion from the evidence, independent of what your bias says, right?
You was trying to trip dude up, man. Just a minute. Just a bit.
Amber, you see, when you read, if you're keen to read, if you read a lot of research papers, you're keen to read it, you realize what sometimes the conclusion, what the person comes up with, you realize that this person went against the because
you breaking up a little bit, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. Which I've read those types of stuff. Like, okay, that conclusion really didn't follow from the evidence presented. You just jumped there, but okay.
Right. No, but even because hold this time, the premise is that
you got low again.
He running away.
I don't know what Stu Peace is over there doing. Like, I don't know.
No, I can't smoke inside the house. I'm outside smoking.
Man, you smoking a spliff, man.
No. No, I don't smoke weed. I smoke in a black and mild. I don't smoke weed. Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. A lot of time you read papers or you read books.
Listening. You was out there. You was smoking, man.
No, I wasn't listening to him.
You wasn't in full mental capacity.
Even if I wanted to agree with Amber, I couldn't agree with Amber because of shot. I'm not saying that Dr. Ben wasn't great and he didn't do great things,
Man, you killed Dr. Ben now. It's just
No. This is what I'm saying. Nobody's beyond reproach.
300 times.
Nobody's beyond reproach in this community. Because the thing about it is that what people too dumb, Amber, and you know it too. Amber like to source up. Amber have always sourced up. Whether it want to be the lady who, the family planning lady, or whether it want to be abortion, Amber loves sources. And when Amber reads the sources, what people too dumb. And honestly, because Amber says you should be thinking for yourself, Amber know that 90% of what people don't think for themselves. We need that black messiah. It's unfortunate.
No. We don't need it. We want it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a scapegoat because people don't want to take accountability for making the wrong decision or doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So they do nothing. They wait around for somebody to come save them. And then if they don't save them, quote unquote, right, they chastise them for it. And, they did this wrong and they shouldn't have did that. And they did all this. But whole time, you could have simply saved yourself. You could have did that. But you don't want the responsibility for saving yourself. You want to blame somebody else.
I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you on that.
And my thing is not that people should be beyond reproach. I don't believe that anyone should be beyond reproach. But what's missing from the conversations is both sides. All of these arguments are presented very biasly. Nobody is talking about what they did right. Everybody's talking about what they did wrong. And that to me is dishonest and is disingenuous. And if they didn't do anything right, then you really gonna have to outline that and prove that. And you're saying that people are so dumb, dense, stupid that they can't identify somebody that just don't know shit. And you know what? Listen to me, because I know every fucking thing. Now you're becoming the predator that you claim they were. Because instead of people learning to discern and research for themselves, no, listen to me instead. And that's what the majority of these niggas be mad about. They don't feel heard. They don't feel loud enough. They don't feel powerful enough. They don't feel acknowledged enough. Motherfuckers is looking for a fan club. That's what they doing it for. They resent those people that they feel like aren't as intelligent or as capable for having the type of power, affluence, and influence that they had. They resent them for it. And it shows, because niggas be on here bitter every fucking day.
Hey, Amber, can I tell you something? You know, John Henrik Clark had said the exact same thing you said. He said
What?
we have a crisis in our community, and that crisis is called ego starvation. And he was saying that in criticism with Louis Farrakhan. He said we got people out here that do 4-hour speeches, but ain't nothing being done. Like we got enough. And then he also said we got an army with so many generals, but we don't have enough privates. So he said the exact same thing you said, Amber.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know he said that, but just this is my observation. Niggas is mad. Niggas is mad because they not getting the bitches. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's what it comes down to as well. Because the sad part is, as men, we're looked at by what women are we able to attract. God, my friends, they used to kill me with that. They used to, damn.
No, Amber, this is something good though. Unbiased for weeks once again. On the program, because I was of the belief you could kill me and crucify me that the people that were in Egypt were black people, until I start doing the research, until I start hearing about the genetics of the people who are there, and the people who are there now have always been there. But I was taught that that's not true. Right? I was taught that that's not true. Africans built the pyramid. They weren't West Africans, but they were still Africans. I have no problem with that. But when you listen to what's going on, the consensus in the community is that no, because Egypt was a black land and it's a black people, or it's the people from the Sudan, or is this or is that. Is that we are a people has become so blind to facts that we draw on all kind of different inner windows to get one point across. I have no problem to say when I wrong, you know. I have no problem to change my mind when new knowledge comes. But that is not something that is readily available in this community.
That's what Sean was trying to say to you, bro.
No, I have no problem with that. Sean have a problem because them beat up Sean and him whole Egypt thing.
Oh
But
my God.
That
but
is
but
Sean
see,
We're
problem.
gonna come right back over here.
but still, peace. Like pretty much what you just said is you're resentful that someone told you something and you believed it without verifying for yourself. And instead of you holding yourself accountable for not researching and finding out for yourself, you resent the misinformation. They told me something and I believed it and I'm angry with them. That's what I'm getting from your statement.
If I find out that
Oh my
I was
God.
defrauded, if I was defrauded, I have no problem to say I was. But I'm not
You
going
said
to allow
He
you to
running away from the
I'm not going to allow you to defraud somebody. It's my duty as a
Are
human.
you down in the basement?
I don't think Stu
My-
Peas know how his sound be going in and out.
Sorry. It's my duty as a human being to say I was defrauded, but I'm not going to allow you now to defraud anybody else. But
What?
which is so no, if somebody
I
give you
know you
misinformation,
Amber,
if somebody give you
I'm
misinformation,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. So this is what Amber would ask you. She would ask you, how you gonna stop somebody from defrauding somebody else? And when we are doing this on YouTube,
no.
how is that-
Well, no. The only thing I can do is just shout out, say, listen, that information is not right.
But
I hope one person hear me.
But here's my issue with a lot of the commentary around certain things. Like you use the word defraud. Someone defrauded you.
Mhm.
And that implies that someone intentionally misled you. Now, you can be misinformed without it being intentional. Like, my thing is just that if all of our leaders have been frauds, then statistically speaking, they represent their population, correct? So it would almost be safe to assume that all of these stereotypes about Black people are indeed true.
No, we can't make that jump.
Why
That's a
can't we?
logical fallacy. We
Why
cannot make
can't we?
that jump because leaders on a whole are gifted with certain characteristics, and not everybody have the same characteristics that leaders have.
But of those people that have those characteristics, if all of those people that have the characteristics and have rose to leadership have been frauds, then it's safe to assume even those people that share their characteristics that haven't rose to leadership follow that same pattern.
No, we can't even say that either because
why can't
we have not met all the people. We have met some
You don't
of the
have
people.
to meet all the people statistically speaking.
We
We're talking
know
about
a sample
probability and
size.
statistics. We're talking
About sample size, right?
You
Yes,
moving,
absolutely.
But
you moving the goalpost, bro. You moving
we're
the goalpost.
we're talking about sample size, but even if that, I would not.
But hold on, Stupies. Let me tell you something else about sample size because you speaking my language now. So so we have one population of people with these characteristics, these leadership characteristics. Some have become leaders, some haven't, but this is the population of leadership. And then you have the population of followers, right? Right?
Right, I hear you. Go ahead. I hear you.
So if all of these leaders were frauds and they have certain characteristics, certain levels of intelligence, whatever, then statistically speaking, maybe not all of them, but a good majority, statistically speaking, if you were to crunch the numbers, you would say, more likely than not, the bulk of this population is tarnished and will be frauds when they have these certain characteristics, right? And then on the other side of that, the population of followers, because if these people are frauds and these people were too naive or ignorant, unintelligent to identify, then 9 out of 10, you may have some people in the population that never followed any of these leaders. But statistically speaking, that also paints a narrative for that population as well. Right?
I hear what you're going. I'm listening to you. I listen to your premise. I'm listening to your premise.
So for me, we do ourselves a disservice when we paint these things in a certain way, because we're only lending credence to claims that are made against our race.
But how you reach to that conclusion? How you move from that premise to say that, listen, if the leaders that, if all leaders, and I'm using the word all because you use the word all.
Well,
if
again,
many of our
I
leaders were fraud.
Earlier, show me someone who did it right.
You got nothing to say.
I'm thinking. Let me think now.
So I'm saying all because it's been implied today that none of them motherfuckers got it right.
Stokely Carmichael.
Stokely Carmichael was a womanizer.
But that didn't. Jomo Kenyatta.
I mean, okay, but all of those people made mistakes too.
Right, but I'm not saying that they made mistakes. The thing about it is that our people have not gotten the leadership mantle for so long.
No, we're not gonna go through that. We're not gonna go through that speech again. You gave it earlier. We're not doing it again. Now, see, here's
okay.
Here's another thing I want to highlight. So, what are you invested in, as far as in this wide world of information? What are you invested in? Where do you bet your dollars at?
My dollars?
Yes.
No, I'm invested in my children. To be honest,
I'm saying in the information world, information wise, if your money is not with the Marcus Garvey's or the Dr. Ben's, like where would you place your bet if you had all the information that's out there? Where is your money sitting at on the table? Just answer quickly, because I got to follow up.
Honestly, I'm not vested in anybody now. If I'm not vested in Jesus Christ, I'm not vested in anybody.
It seemed like you was invested in Dr. Big because you kept talking
No. I was invested in, honestly, as a black man, you search for your identity.
So wait, you invested in Jesus Christ. Why?
No, I'm not. So I'm not invested in him.
Okay.
So if I'm not invested in anyone now. I enjoy the pursuit of knowledge, right? And I hope to pass that down to my children to understand that. Listen, you are great.
So in the pursuit of knowledge. So in the pursuit of knowledge, who's the authority? Like, what's the authority of knowledge for you?
There's no authority now. There's no authority. You get knowledge. All right.
It doesn't have to be a person. It could be a field. It could be like, I'm with the methodology. I'm with the appropriate research. I'm with the scholarship. Like, I'm just trying to understand where you're grounded at currently.
No, trying to get the question right, to answer right, because I like to answer. I like to say what I'm reading. Currently, my journey now, because this is about journey. Because if it was not journey, I wouldn't listen. My journey is to find and enjoy information which will be beneficial to my well-being. Sometimes I hear good information, but currently over the last 3 years, to be honest with you, most information that I've been exposed to is information that has now come about to debunk what I may have held to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now my
And how is that
approach,
being debunked?
my approach now in life is one of Descartes, one of the philosophers who say, doubt everything. Doubt everything until you can prove it for yourself.
But how is
my thing now is doubt.
How is what you thought you knew previously now being debunked? How did that
No,
come
like, no, how it come about? Like, all right, one of the things that I thought previously was the whole Egypt thing. Was the whole religion spurned from Egypt. Certain information like those. I'm not talking like academic information like maths, English, all of that part, or philosophy. I'm talking about information, what? Feel-good Black information. A lot of the feel-good Black information that I held to be true, I'm finding out now that it's not.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to get to the point I was trying to make. For me, I don't know who was the source or what sources were used to debunk what you previously thought you knew. But I'm banking, because this is just the reality. Nobody gets it right 100% of the time. I'm banking on whatever source was used or sources, they've put out some information that has been wrong and has had flaws. Same thing
of course.
with how, same thing
of
with
course.
how, exactly. Same thing with how science is touted as being the supreme, but there were some instances where science has had it wrong and they have had to adapt. But nobody throws away the value. People will justify it and argue, but they corrected it, and but they did this, and but they went back and they realized it's a but they didn't have the tools. It's always a justification for why everybody else's information, leaders, and contributors are still credible or still valuable, but we find every excuse to discredit our own. Did they get it right 100% of the time? No. But did they get some things right? Yes. And can we talk about the some things that they got right?
I was asking, what did he get
community.
right?
Well, for starters, if you're able to galvanize people around a common idea and theme, I think that's something to get right. I think that's a right thing. Now, at the end of the day, whether or not people agree with how they did it or what they used it for, or if they did enough with it, the idea is that they were able to do it. They had the people's attention. They had the people's support. Now, for me, I think it's unfortunate that people will sit around and diminish, discredit, and do it continually. Like, I'm tired. That's why I ain't been around. I don't even know if Unbiased been live, but if he have, I wasn't coming because I'm sick of this shit. It's stupid. It's pointless. It's counterproductive. It's contradictory. People love to talk about, the white man and what Black people need to do, but there's so many things that we do that literally are the result of white supremacy, even in this community. You can validate and justify all this other shit, but when it comes to ours, let them make one motherfucking mistake. They wrong for life. They was frauds. They ain't had no good intentions for the people. And all of this because motherfuckers is mad that they was born into a condition that they can't figure out how to get themselves out of. That's the bottom line.
I just remember the saying now. The road to hell is paved with good intention. That was the saying. I understand what you're saying, Amber. I understand what you're saying. I understand
that might
what
mean
Dr.
something
Ben
to
was
me
trying
if
to
I
do.
even believed in hell, but I don't believe in no hell.
So I know. It was a saying. I just remember it. I said it earlier, and I'm trying to remember where I got it from. But I understand what you're saying, and I understand what Marcus Garvey was trying to do. I understand what W.E.D. Du Bois was trying to do. I understand what what Dr. Ben was trying to do. Is that they were in a time that our people needed that kind of inspiration, and they galvanize people and they educate them as to the greatness of the land that the people came from. Right? The information that they provided were misused. And the misusers of the information continue to use these persons as reference point. That's the only reason why I would debunk Dr. Ben. If other people wasn't using this information as a reference point to justify them shrine, or to introduce another religion to the community, I wouldn't have a problem with Dr. Ben because I understand what he was trying to do. If somebody come around now and tell me about Marcus Garvey and then try to justify that Marcus Garvey wasn't an asshole, wasn't arrogant, didn't defend himself in court, didn't have illusions of grandeur. But I understand what he was trying to do. I understand what the one who tried to build the school, Dr. Umar, trying to do. I had no problem sending him the $100 because I understand what he's trying to do. Oh Lord. And you have to jump up. I'm going to work tomorrow, Amber.
Yeah, but I work from home and I make my own schedule, so I can log in when I want to.
Don't let my bad mind red eye you because you work from home.
You said don't what?
The Jamaica red eye. I'm envious of you because you work from home. You're just showing off with it. You're showing off your little self now. Your peacock feathers up. I work from home. I can just get up, have a shower.
No, I'm not gonna hold you. A couple,
I know.
Probably like 3 weeks ago, I was actually supposed to return to the office. And when I say I was depressed about it, oh my gosh, I ain't really even want to talk about it. I was very depressed. Then they called me and they was like, well, your back to office day has moved to the fall. I was like, ooh-wee. Thank you, universe. Thank you.
You know how much time you save working from home?
Huh?
The amount of time you save working from home.
A lot of time I save.
Yeah, because you don't have to drive. So you almost save like 2 hours a day.
Well, my job ain't that far, but yeah, I still save a good bit of time. And then I like, of course it's supposed to be traditional, like 9 to 5 or earlier. Really, a lot of my coworkers, they log in at like 7. I'm not doing it. But I like to a lot of times I would be working like right now. Well, not right now. Normally, probably like I log in at like 6 for my second half of my day, 6 to 10. Because I don't like working all day because I'm constantly being pinged and emailed and stuff getting escalated. And so I prefer to work at night when ain't nobody logged in. So I could just kind of work through my cases and going on about my business. But today I actually wrapped up pretty early. I went on ahead and got it out the way.
Yeah, nice to work from home. Most of the jobs, if they can't make them remote, they should. People shouldn't be needing, and people more productive from home too. Because if you're hungry, there's something to eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but even when I go back, it's permanently hybrid though. For company wide, it's permanently hybrid. So you only got to do 60% in the office and then 40% at home.
That should be nice.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about getting something to wear. You can't work all day in your pajamas.
Actually, I was in my pajamas the other day and I accidentally cammed up. Luckily, it was just one other coworker. It was like a one-on-one call. Mm-hmm. But I was like, why am I looking at myself? Because I was low-key having like a little like blind moment. I'm like, why the hell am I looking at myself? Then I'm like, oh shit, my camera on. I turned that thing off and I had to go grab the tape immediately. Let's tape this on up because this never happened. But I'm like, yep, today's the day to pull out the tape. Luckily, I actually had on clothes.
Tomorrow, Amber, the next time Unbiased on, we'll find a nice topic to talk about positive things. The next show must be a positive show.
I don't know if I'm gonna be on the next show. We were supposed to have a talk about what did he want to talk about? It was supposed to be a discussion about, I guess, the Will and Jada thing, some other bullshit that been going on. Like, I don't know. I'm sick of this shit. You know,
Did I ask you the question? Did I ask you the question? Did I ask you the question? The question that they asked the new Supreme Court Justice?
No.
I don't know if I ask you. What is a woman?
Honestly, I don't think I have the right to define that. I think that differs from woman to woman. I can only speak for me. I don't have a monopoly on womanhood.
How do you feel about the title cis female or cis woman? Woman who was born biologically female and her biologically born a girl and identify as a female, as a cis.
Yo, you don't make her lose her job, yo. She can't talk about this.
Make me lose my job?
Yeah, you can lose your job over. You don't know, your coworker be listening, and then he bring up the cisgender, and you say something, that might not be politically correct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but for me, I don't care about those titles. Like I don't feel no type of way about that.
I'm just looking out for you. That's all.
Yeah, that's. I don't feel no type of way about that. It's certain things that I'm just not finna even dig into. What other people call themselves, what they want to be called, new names for identity. I don't care. I'm Amber. That's who I am.
I can't ask you that question because, again, I was going to ask you, are trans women? As a woman, do you feel a trans woman is a woman? A woman who has undergone the operation. A man who has undergone the operation.
Bottom line, the thing is, it don't matter how I feel. That's their business. Like, I'm on a wave in 2022, which is why I'm deleting most of my social media. Like, I'm tired of having little snippets and peeks into other people's business. Me personally, it's overload. I'm ready to get back to minding my own fucking business.
So you don't feel
100%.
like them. That means I take it that you don't feel like if they're not impeding on your ability to be a woman. So therefore, if they want to call themselves anything, it's up to them.
No, they're not impeding on shit over here. I'm still gonna be me. Now, do I feel like there are some issues? Yes, there are. I feel like at the end of the day, the same way I can't tell nobody who to be or how to feel, you don't get to define womanhood for me either. You don't get to tell me that I need to be more sensitive, or I need to be more accepting, or I need to be who I am. Period. And as long as I'm not interfering with you and what you want to do and who you want to be, that's that. Like, we're in a society now where people are trying to force people to have their same ideologies. And it's the same thing with racism. I don't feel like, oh, you should love Black people and you shouldn't be racist and you everybody has some type of racist ideology or some type of racial
Preferences.
Yeah, like someone has some type of idea about what a race is, doesn't do, or did they mean this when they said that, or whatever. Like, it's just a part of the society we live in and how we've been, cultivated in this culture. Like, at the end of the day, it's just there. It happens. My issue is not that white people love me or like me or want to be around me. My issue is that regardless as to how you feel, you respect me. That's the bottom line. Same thing with trans people. Regardless as to how I feel, they're going to be respected as people, period. We don't have to see eye to eye. We don't have to agree on everything. I don't have to hold your hand and skip down the motherfucking sidewalk. I'm just going to respect you, though. That's your life, your business. It don't got shit to do with me. And give me that same respect. You see what I'm saying? I don't feel the need to police other people's life and what they do and how they feel or what they think. I don't really give a fuck, personally. And I would prefer it if people really don't give a fuck about what I got going on and what I think and how I feel. I would prefer it that way.
So you're not the gatekeeper for womanhood, and
No,
therefore
I'm
you'll not deny. You won't deny anybody entrance or
No, I mean,
exit.
truth be told, it's some people that share the same biological gender as me that I don't got shit in common with. We not the same.
So I'll take it that you see gender as being fluid. Then people can be anything they want to be.
Again, that's their business. I know who I am. Now, I do feel like it's certain stuff that's bullshit. Now, if you want me to highlight something that's bullshit, you want me to highlight something that's bullshit?
No, I take it that you would say performing in women's sports might be bullshit.
No. So, well, that is bullshit as well. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. For me, it's certain things, because what isn't talked about and what needs to be talked about, and I really don't give a fuck how this blows over or if a co-worker's listening or whatever, because I said what the fuck I said and I'm always gonna stand on what I said. There is misogyny in the movement. Things like Woman of the Year.
I'm going to leave that topic. Now, one last thing. How do you feel about being black?
Well, let me finish making my statement.
Yeah.
To negate all of the women that existed and all of their contributions to someone and forego those women and present someone with Woman of the Year who just recently decided that they are indeed a woman. I think that is bullshit, and I think it was misogyny at play. And patriarchy.
Oh, one of the major founders of Black Lives Matter have been found out to buy a house for $6 million.
Oh my
It is
Lord.
alleged. It is alleged that the money came from the contribution to the Black Lives Matter. From what contribution people made to the Black Lives Matter. Do you think that the misappropriation of funds will have dire effect on future movements for Black people?
I would like to know, what is the total amount of money?
Well, we don't know that. Well, we know that one person bought a house for $6 million.
Well, I think that's important for context. So let's say 6 million was 1%
Mm-hmm.
of what was collected overall.
Yeah.
You don't think they're entitled to 1%, the founders of the movement? Or a founder of the movement? You don't think they're entitled to 1% to live on? Now, whether or not they use that to buy themselves a $6 million home, that's their business. But I think the amount overall matters. I think that's important information. It's easy to hear 6 million, like, oh, they bought a $6 million house. Like, that's easy to do. But without the full scope, I really can't have no opinion one way or the other.
So if it was 600 million that was raised, you have no problem with them buying a $6 million house?
Surely don't. I don't see. Here's what I don't understand. We want a Black leader that's perfect, no flaws, don't get shit wrong, and then we want them to do it for pennies on the dollar. If you don't get the fuck out of here, they supposed to save all of black people from the shithole that we were born into, but they supposed to do it at a bargain. You don't think that's bullshit? Like, who gonna sign up for that job? Who? Tell me. We want to be saved so bad, but we don't think it's worth the money. Oh, they want 6 million to save us? We'll struggle. Get somebody that's willing to do it for 50,000. Man, please.
What program really has a Black Lives Matter put into play? What permanent program?
I don't know. I ain't looked it up. Hold on. Let me see what I can look up. I do know they all over the world, though.
Well, I know one thing. I'm getting tired, and I'm gonna say in the famous Jamaican greeting. I mean Jamaican goodbye.
No, you answer the question. How you feel about the Black Lives Matter member buying a house for $6 million?
I'm gonna say this to the both of y'all in the Jamaican phrase, walk good, because I'm tired.
All right. Answer that question first before you leave.
Oh my Lord. Okay. All I'm gonna say is I'm here when I get to a certain point in the future where I'm a professor and I'm an activist and things of that nature, I know that I'm gonna be held at a higher standard, and that I know that there's gonna be certain things that I'm probably not going to be able to do. So that's all I know, is that I'm gonna be held at a higher standard, and I have to conduct myself a certain way. But
nobody says nothing when everybody else do it. You can have pastors in $1 million homes and private jets and all type of shit, but BLM, buy a $6 million house, and it's ridiculous. It's the problem.
No, it's Amber. It's ridiculous, Amber. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
But peace, y'all. I'm out. I'm
All
tired.
right, peace.
Peace.
Amber. It's ridiculous. A $6 million house.
Well,
is
I'm gonna say
ridiculous.
this, and then I'm finna get up off of here.
Yeah.
So earlier this week, no, not earlier this week, last week, I want to say it was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday. My oldest son and all of the seniors in his graduating class was gifted $10,000 for college. So there was $1 million donated to my son's high school to
From
guarantee.
Black Lives Matters?
No, not from BLM, from another nonprofit organization.
Right.
But when I went through their page, I believe total this year, they fundraised over 37 million and funded all types of programs. And this is something they've been doing. Black CEO, my son went and thanked him personally. I said all of that to say, they didn't just start. They've been doing this work. So if I was to find out tomorrow that that man is living somewhere in a $6 million mansion, I wouldn't have shit to say about it. Because at the end of the day, not only did my son benefit from his efforts,
but a lot of
other
children
kids have too. The community has and continues to. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to sweat the small shit. That's small to me. I'm not going to say at the end of the day that people can't feel how they feel. But if we're going to continue to tear down everybody that tries to do something because they don't do it in the way that we want them to do it, or they feel like, oh, well, you living too good off of donations that people gave. And half the time, the motherfuckers talking can't pull out a receipt of shit they donated to BLM. The money ain't come from you. I can guarantee most of the people that got a problem can't pull a receipt, can't pull an receipt.
Most of the money came from white people.
Exactly.
Most of the money, when I heard it, I said most of the white people money that. Most of the money came from white people. Most of the money was guilt money.
But see, here's the thing. We want a revolution. We want change. We don't even fund our own change. We let white people fund our change organizations and then get mad when motherfuckers ain't moving to the tune of our drums. We're not paying them. We're not the reason why they're living and able to feed their family or able to live in luxury or whatever the fuck they choosing to do. We're not the cause of that. Yet we want to be the beneficiary. Like, come on, man. I'm done. Good night.
I understand what you're saying. Good night, Abba. Later.
Bye-bye.
Love you.